Hi guys, welcome to another A Murderous Heart live. As always, I'm just going to give it a minute to confirm sound and then we'll get started. Let me see here. Whoop. Can you guys hear me? I'm not getting sound on my end. Are you guys able to hear me? Let me see. Yes. Okay, great. All right, wonderful. Well, thanks for joining another live. I'm going to say a few comments before I get started. I think this live in particular kind of begs explanation. I've been wanting to do this live for a while. It was actually the last one on my list, and I went back and forth as always, and trying to assess if my hesitation was out of genuine concern. For Kay, obviously, she is a victim in this whole crisis. But kind of like some of the other family members, sometimes that line is a little blurry with this case. I've never seen a case where there are so many lines that are blurred. But I was trying to, assess, like, is my hesitation out of genuine concern, or is it more just not wanting to deal with potential backlash? Excuse me. And I do my mods, and I shouldn't speak for my mods. I do personally believe that Kay has been one of the more aggressive family members in her use of sock puppets. Can I prove that? No, but we did see evidence of that quite a bit in Cool Cats, and I will touch on some of where this would happen throughout the presentation. But my mods are very, very good at this. They anticipate that there are most likely going to be sock puppets that try to infiltrate the chat and kick up a lot of dust, and but they will be vigilant. One thing I appreciate is that YouTube has actually instituted a 24-hour timeout, which is really nice for accounts where it's kind of on the line, like you're causing a lot of distraction in the chat, but we don't necessarily want to ban you. So we do have that at our disposal. Before they rolled that out, I think the longest we could time someone out was like 5 minutes, which isn't long enough for a live. But anyway, so, but if you're just coming in swinging, we're going to assume you're a sock puppet, you're a troll, and you will be shown the door. But anyway, getting back to the topic at hand, I had decided that I was going to do it, or I was about 95% there. But then there was the announcement of JJ's remains being released, and then the holidays, and then Tylee's remains. And so it was just like, if you've ever done double dutch jump rope, it kind of felt like my first few times doing double dutch, where it's like you're just trying to figure out when the best place is to jump in and then jump out. But anyway, so and then there was an announcement on Christmas Day. I'm not going to go into this in the live, but there was an announcement on Christmas Day. We didn't know anything about what had happened with JJ's remains. Like, if I assumed he had been buried in a private family only I don't know, burial, whatever. But then there was an announcement from one of Kay's friends on Christmas morning that, and first let me just say, I mean, it's Kay was clearly given the remains, or was authorized by JJ's brothers, who were next of kin, to receive at least some of JJ's remains. But it did kind of hit a nerve that this person announced that she was given a locket with some of JJ's remains as a Christmas gift. And I'm not in any way like trying to throw shade toward this woman. She's a very nice woman. I've met her, but it was disconcerting. And after that, I was already just like, the holidays aren't the best time of year, but after that, I was just like, I'm so tired of being surprised on social media. I took a break from social media, and I really have no compunction to go back on Facebook. Anyway, so where am I going with all that? Then, I really had to assess that, like, oh, shoot, like, now am I being potentially motivated by just whatever those emotions were, and they were pretty strong at the time. But eventually, I just decided to give myself some distance to let those emotions kind of settle, so that hopefully they don't seep into the presentation. Now, as always, I'll never be able to guarantee that my motives are as pure as the driven snow, but at some point I just have to say, okay, it's good enough. I've excoriated myself enough. I've I've gone through these details. I've weeded some details out. It still will be a very detailed presentation, but I really tried to stick as much as possible to the more significant facts. On a pragmatic note, as I was pulling this together, because I've been pulling it together for about 6 weeks now, I didn't feel comfortable with just a spattering of screenshots, because there were so many. So what I decided to do, just to help with the flow of the presentation, is if a screenshot just had like maybe 1 to 3 sentences, I extracted that in a quote, assigned the quote to, whoever said that particular quote, but then I link to the screenshot in the slide, so that, of course, anyone who really wants to dig into the details, like those of you who are really hardcore digging into the details of this case, you can do that if you are so inclined. All right, having said all of that, let's jump into the live. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should probably confirm if one of my mods can text me to let me know if you see the screen, like just a yes, we see the screen. There's no good way to confirm that. So I will get started, but hopefully someone will text me and confirm that you can actually see my screen. Okay. Yes. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. Okay. So, as always, if you haven't signed the petition to have Joe's death investigated with a real investigation, well, it was never even investigated. Like there's no issue of if it was real or not. There wasn't an investigation. I have this petition up. I think it actually has more than 10,000 or around 10,000 signatures now, but you can just go to bit.ly, and it's justice for Joe without the vowels. Well, except for the E. Okay. Because this is a more detailed live, I decided I'm going to just have an executive summary with a high-level overview of what I'm going to be hitting on. So these are the topics I will be covering. Even when I was planning this, I was like, do I take a timeline approach? And there were just too many details that really didn't follow a timeline, so I decided to take more of a topical approach. So what I will be covering is 1, Kay withheld evidence of Lori and Chad's affair. She knew Tylee was in imminent danger and did nothing to intervene. again, this is all precipitated on the fact of, well, not precipitated. This is all based on the assumption of what has been released at this point in the FOIA docs, but a lot has been released in the FOIA docs. She also lacked a sense of urgency to act, in my opinion, and I will make that case. You can decide for yourself. It really seemed that she promoted a narrative that law enforcement just wasn't taking action. And she didn't pass on Lori's address to law enforcement when she received it. So we still don't know exactly when that is, but there were some details that came out in the trial that I'll be touching on. A lot of the details in the live I touched on when I was going through the timeline series, but there are some details from the trial that kind of round that out. Also, I just felt like it would be helpful just to kind of compile all of these different details into this one topical presentation. Okay, also, she has made dubious claims since the case went public. All right, kicking off with she withheld evidence of Lori and Chad's affair. So if any of you have followed true crime, and if you're attending this live, you are probably a pretty hardcore true crimer. But the first thing that law enforcement typically wants to know when a spouse is murdered is, was there an affair? Is there evidence of an affair? Because if there was, then that casts a suspicious light on the spouse. Whether that spouse pulled the trigger or not, they dig into the spouse to see, was the spouse somehow incentivized to have this person killed? So, in my opinion, when Kay and also Larry, when they met with law enforcement, their main talking points to this end should have been, one, we have proof Lori's having an affair with Chad Daybell. Two, Lori threatened to kill Charles because he had a dark spirit. Three, Lori's lover also rated other family members as dark. So Chad didn't actually rate Charles as a dark spirit. He actually rated him as a light spirit, which is a very odd detail because from the affidavit of probable cause that came out of Idaho, they had said that they had evidence that they were planning to murder Tammy very soon after meeting in October. They met, I believe it was October 26th, and there were already plans to murder Tammy. So if they were planning to murder Tammy, it stands to reason they were also planning to murder Charles. So why rate him a light spirit? But anyway, but we do know from this rating stock that Chad also rated some of other Lori's family members as dark. 4, her teen daughter was rated an alarmingly dark spirit. 5, we believe she could be in harm's way. Next, Lori doesn't want JJ and abandoned him for months. And we also believe he could be in harm's way. And we've made a report to CPS. Well, it's actually DCS in Arizona. They didn't actually make a report, but the point I'm making here is that is one of the first things that should have been done. Everyone knew, and not just Kay and Larry, but also law enforcement. Like, no one made a report to DCS that there were 2 kids either in the home or just outside the home when an adult was shot, and DCS was not pulled in at all. With the exception of JJ's school, they were the only ones who ever made a report to DCS, and they actually made 2 reports. But I think that this is something that families should have done because there were grave concerns being expressed, at least for JJ's welfare. All right, so right after Kay and Larry found out that Charles had been shot, uh, they flew to Chandler and met with Detective Moffat. But first, they talked with him on the phone, and this was on September 13th. And I link to that interview, but they make no mention of an affair in that call. Then the next day, they actually met with Detective Moffat. The notes aren't particularly generous that were in the FOIA doc, so it still leaves some room for question. As far as I know, that audio or the video wasn't ever released, but there was no mention of an affair in that interview that we know of. But I have made the point in other lives that Kay kept that, well, not kept, but twice she mentioned Dropbox to Detective Moffat and asked if he, if he had Dropbox. Like she was trying to figure out how to get all these recordings that she had from Charles to them. But it was like there was never a mention of like she actually figured out Dropbox or that they just brought a jump drive with them when they flew to Arizona, because you would think that there would be this urgency like, listen, we know Charles didn't just suspect Lori was having an affair. He had hard evidence that she was having an affair. And I will make the case that was not passed on to law enforcement. So let's take a step back and take a look at some of the evidence that he had. So on January 23rd, now keep in mind, this was a week before the big blow up. So a week before the big blow up, Charles discovered the infamous ratings document. This was the document that Chad had sent Lori that rated her family members. So he discovered this on January 23rd. We have that date because of the documentary that Colby was involved with, which was largely pretty useless in my opinion and very contrived, but there were some little details where that provided incredible insight. So this, when I found this, I was just like, whoa, wait a minute. Charles knew about this ratings document even before the big blow up. And so in that document, you could see that it was from Chad Daybell. It had his Gmail, and this document was sent on October 30th. And so I'm sure he would have known at that point, like supposedly their marriage wasn't in any kind of crisis. So he would have known that Lori had just gone to this Preparing a People event in St. George, Utah. So she goes to this event, and then, a couple days later, this guy, Chad Daybell, is sending her this document rating her family members. And so he actually said to Colby, she calls her own daughter a dark spirit. Please help her. And I've made this point before. No one, to what I have seen in the FOIA docs, and there would have been no reason to redact an email with this document because it had already been shared the year before with media. So it was shared with media because at that point it was a scintillating detail around the story, but nobody passed this incredibly damning document on to law enforcement. Okay, but this document also aligns with what Kay said in the Dr. Phil interview about when she first heard the name Chad Daybell. Now, keep in mind this. I also participated in this particular Dr. Phil show, and we were interviewed in February 2020. So that's important just to keep in mind.
Chad Daybell about a year ago. Charles told me that Lori was videoing herself dancing and sending the videos to Chad.
Okay, so Kay makes the point that she first heard the name Chad Daybell about a year before, and that lines up with when Charles first discovered this email, like I said, a week before the big blow up.
I first heard of Chad.
Charles also found videos of Lori dancing that had dated back to January. So he said in an email to Chad, and does your wife know you have several of Lori's dance videos? Explain how that is in any way appropriate. She sent them to you at your request in January. This was on June 29th. So this was just like a couple weeks before he was murdered. And this was when Charles had discovered the email that Lori had sent Chad that was supposedly from Charles asking him to ghostwrite a book. So this was when things really, the tensions heightened. So he had all of these videos, like he was just finding all of this evidence of an affair and was sending these to other people. The thing that was really surprising to me from both the trial, but also an interview that the private investigator, Rich Robertson, had done, was that Kay always had access to Charles' email. I'm going to play, this is a snippet from the trial. So that's why there's no video.
And so through this help, did you have access to Charles's banking information?
Yes.
Did you have access to his emails?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have access to other financial information?
Yes.
Okay.
So this means that Kay had access to all of this evidence that Charles had collected because she had access to his email, even like his financial information and stuff. I'm assuming that means the credit cards that, or credit card that Lori was using to make these purchases and stuff. So,
And so,
sorry, that's just a bug with Google Slides. I haven't figured out any way to get around that. When I push like the try to advance to the next slide, it just starts playing the video again. But this was an interview that Rich Robertson had done. This was right before the trial. I forget this guy's name. I forget the name of his channel. I really, really like it. He does like these roundtable discussions. And Rich was one of the guests in this particular roundtable discussion. Anytime he talks, I pay very close attention because I think he's brilliant. I wish some of the detectives and FBI agents had his ability to, one, not only interpret evidence, but also to be able to keep a clear head. Because I will make the case of, I think one of the issues with this whole case is that, and I mean no disrespect in saying this, but Kay does have a gravitational pull toward hysteria. You see that in her interactions with Detective Moffat, and she kind of treats him more like a friend than like a leader of her brother's investigation. But you see evidence of law enforcement, even FBI agents, seemingly like getting pulled into this hysteria. And you see how it impacts their judgment toward Tylee in particular. I've covered that in quite a few lives. Like they associated her with the perps instead of the victims. They would want to know JJ's welfare and Tylee's whereabouts. And, you know, there were all these like really disturbing details of like, even when Rexburg police, and this is not a criticism at all of Rexburg police, but when they impounded her Jeep, like no one seemed to wonder why a teenager wasn't losing her mind saying, hey, why did you take my Jeep? You know, and And also the FBI had, well, Chandler or Gilbert police had pulled the phone records for Lori, Alex, Melanie, and Tylee. And this was in October. So they would have, and then the FBI analyzed the data. And they would have seen that her data had dropped off precipitously. Not had it hadn't completely stopped. So it's not like the phone was shut down because Lori was still using Tylee's phone even after Tylee was murdered. But there would have been a significant drop in data. You're talking about a 16, 17-year-old all of a sudden just not using her phone. And it just seems like with all of this evidence of like this girl had gone completely radio silent, they were just like, yeah, she's a perp. We're going to treat her as a perp. And I do feel that Kay has some responsibility for that. I will make that case. But as a backdrop, Rich is, I think he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But he said some things in this live that were really surprising to me. Again, it is not a criticism of Rich. I'm so grateful that he did this this live with this group, and then he also did an interview with Chris Cuomo from News Nation, and I think I also have a snippet of that. Okay, here's what he had to say.
Charles Vallow, Kay's brother, was very worried about his own safety and what was going to happen to him. He was fearful that this outcome was going to happen. He couldn't get anybody's attention. So one of the ways that he attempted to protect himself was he gave Kay all of his logins and passwords to his various accounts, including his Amazon account. And so after his death, Kay was able, and she shared those with me, so we were sort of doing this in parallel, but we were watching those Amazon accounts, and Lori was using them. So she was using her dead husband's login and accounts on Amazon and buying things like what turned out to be the wedding dress in Hawaii, and more significantly, I think, those amethyst rings that showed up in the wedding pictures on that Hawaiian beach. Those rings were purchased before Chad Daybell's wife died unexpectedly in her sleep. And then those two rings showed up. In fact, she bought a man's and a woman's ring and then exchanged the man's ring for a larger size. So she sent back the first one and bought a second one. And all of that we could see happening in real time on the Amazon account. Plus the fact that some of those purchases, some beach sandals and other things, were starting to be shipped to an address in Hawaii. And so that was part of the way that law enforcement was able to zero in on him, because she was putting her mailing address on that Amazon account.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack in this in these statements that he made. The most surprising details to me, this was, like I said, right before the trial. So this was the first I had ever heard of Kay having access to Charles' email account, but also the point that he makes about, no, Charles gave her a bunch of his logins, and he even makes a point including his Amazon login. So this whole detail of like, her her claim that she plugged in a printer and then was able to access Charles' email and then his Amazon, and that's not a thing. But she had already told the Dateline team that Charles had 3 main passwords, and the first one she tried worked. And so we already had this contradiction of like, wait, how did you access his Amazon? Because even if let's suspend reality for a moment and say that you plug in a printer and you gain access to someone's email. Like she explained, like the Gmail logo came up. Like none of this is, that's just not how the protocols work. Like a printer uses a different protocol than the internet. Anyway, so I knew that wasn't a thing. But so we already had this one contradiction, but now here comes Rich saying, "Oh no, she had all of these logins because Charles was afraid for his life and wanted to give Kay access to all of this." So she had the keys to the kingdom. I mean, even if Charles had evidence that he hadn't passed on to her, which I think is probably pretty minimal in probability, because she was his main sounding board and confidant. But even if something hadn't been passed on to him, she had access to his account. And so that was very, very surprising. What was also surprising was his statement that they were monitoring these purchases in real time. So according to Kay, you know, she didn't email Detective Moffat about Amazon until November 10th. But then in her testimony, she said she actually found the Amazon email on November 8th. And that does line up with another statement she had made on Facebook. So it's unusual that there would even be this 2-day delay. But then we find out, well, wait a minute. I mean, obviously, if you've been following the case, I shouldn't say obviously, but Charles was murdered July 11th. So, it just doesn't really stand to reason, given the fact that she had this cadre of people who were helping her investigate all of these different details. And she was sending suggestions to Detective Moffat. Have you looked at her Amazon device? Like, Alexa, have you done this? Have you done this? So it'd be one thing if she were kind of laissez-faire and just wasn't really following. Oh, Alexa thinks I'm talking to her. Alexa, stop. Uh, but she wasn't. Like, she was really kind of leaning in. So it doesn't make sense that all of this time, with all of this concern about JJ's welfare, that she wouldn't have thought to just like open up his email or open up his Amazon account. And anyway, so another detail here is that, and this really bothers me, like the only receipt we have, and I'll share it at some point in the presentation, the only receipt we have is one, and it was for her wedding ring. So we saw that it was actually ordered on October 2nd and delivered on October 7th. We've never seen receipts for anything else. Like all of these other Amazon purchases, we've never seen that, and they weren't admitted as evidence in Lori's trial, even though I think the fact that she bought her wedding ring on October 2nd and it was delivered on October 7th, weeks before Tammy was murdered, would have been very influential with the jury in convincing them that no, Lori did have a hand in this. Like, she was A-okay with Tammy's murder, and Tammy's murder was the one that the jury struggled the most with, according to one of the jurors who was interviewed by Nate Eaton after the trial. So there's just so much in here, but it's an important detail just to kind of keep in the back of your mind.
Charles.
Okay, so then in February, I tried to like include the date in the upper right hand corner, but I know that this interview was from February 2020. So early on in the case, Kay was being interviewed, excuse me, and she said, Charles told me he had recordings of her, meaning Lori, obviously. He said, nobody will believe me, and he recorded her one night. Even though it's deleted, nothing is ever deleted electronically or whatever, however that is. So what she was saying was, these recordings were deleted, but law enforcement probably has some way of retrieving them because nothing is ever really deleted. And so this, even at the time, made an eyebrow pop, just because I was like, well, wait a minute. Okay, who deleted these recordings? I mean, if you think about Charles, if you're familiar with the story, he was obsessed. I mean, we hit June, and he, especially once he found the email that Lori had sent as him inviting Chad to come to Arizona on Charles' dime and ghostwrite a book. And Charles was like, obviously, I have no intention of writing a book, and I'm not looking to this freak show to ghostwrite it for me. So that was when things really hit the fan, so to speak. So that's not the profile of someone who, in the heat of, pulling together all of this evidence, sending it out to family members. I mean, he was sending out these text messages, even to family members he had to have known did not want to hear from him, like Barry and Janice and, all these people. I mean, he was desperate to get this evidence out there that Lori was having an affair. So it just doesn't stand to reason that he would have been like, you know what? Here I am. I'm afraid for my life, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and delete these recordings. So that just begs the question, how would Kay have known that these recordings were deleted, and who deleted them and why? Okay. And to date, these recordings have not surfaced in the FOIA docs. There is no reference of any of these recordings that Charles had collected, and we'll talk more about these recordings throughout the live. There's no reference that I could find, and I even went through like the nerdy tables of like the evidence ID, and I would cross-reference the evidence IDs, and like between documents to see if maybe something was referred to as only by the ID in one document, but had like a description of the evidence in another document. And I found all the evidence, and as far as I remember, like nothing was redacted. But again, it wouldn't have really made sense for this evidence to be redacted if it had been passed on, because it had already been talked about publicly. Like you could click through to this source and you'll see the reference in the article. And obviously this presentation isn't exhaustive of all of the references there were to these videos of Lori dancing. And we've since found her Smule account where she was making recordings of her singing. And, so Charles had all of this, but so far, none of it has surfaced. None of it was admitted into evidence in Lori's trial in Idaho. So that was another kind of indicator that this probably wasn't ever admitted into evidence. We'll see. We still have a couple more trials, but all right. Let me make sure I didn't. Yeah. Okay. She also said that she was hiring a private investigator to see if Lori had a lover. This was July 25th. So this was a couple weeks after Charles was murdered. And Kay said in an email to Detective Moffat, I'm hiring a private investigator to see if she's already got next, and this was her explanation in parentheses, not mine, her next husband lined up. Charles suspected she was having, and she meant to write an affair, with the cult leader. Don't know his name. She absolutely knew his name and could have looked it up in her. We do know that Charles passed on emails from Chad to Lori to Kay. We have evidence of one in the FOIA docs that was like from March to that was March 2019. So she absolutely knew his name, but she said, don't know his name. But Lori would make videos of herself dancing, then send them to her. She meant to him. She used Charles' computer or email to send one, and he found it. So that's not exactly accurate. Charles did find her emails, but it was because Lori was a technical doofus, and she had used his computer before to access her email. And because she had Gmail, that also gave him access to like her Google Drive. So anything that she stored in her email or Google Drive, he had access to, because she didn't go in and clear her cookies, because she never should have turned to a life of crime. She had no idea what she was doing. But these were authentication cookies. This is just so that, when you try to access your Gmail from multiple devices, you're not always getting hit with a login window. So that's how Charles, she obviously didn't send emails from Charles' email, but she had previously used his computer. But here, and I've talked about this before, here Kay is putting out this sense or this information that like Lori didn't even have her next yet, like that she was going to find him in Hawaii, but she knew that Lori had already had an affair going. And also, Charles didn't just suspect Lori was having an affair. He had hard evidence of the affair. So here's just some of the proof that he had. Lori had traveled to Idaho Falls on March 3rd, 2019. He confronted her about that. Excuse me. He knew that Chad said that he, meaning Chad, had stayed in their home in November 2018. And that's when Charles had said, well, he didn't stay in our home. A bunch of weird ladies did. So he didn't even totally believe that Chad had stayed in their home, at least when he was writing this text message to Adam, where he referred to weird ladies. Excuse me. He also knew that Lori had created a fictitious email account to invite Chad to Arizona. And, I provide links to each of these screenshots so you can pull them up. He also referenced in an email to Tammy that he had definitive proof of an affair. And then, as I mentioned, he had all of Lori's emails and her Google Drive. So that's where he had like all of the videos, the emails that she had sent him with attachments of these videos. And Kay even said at one point it was like 2 to 3 hours of videos that she had made of herself dancing. And this was from January when Charles and Lori were still married. Like Lori was on the lam, and they were technically still married. I have wondered if this is why Detective Moffat asked Kay for her IP address. This was on December 10th. He had asked for her IP address, and she had sent her a screenshot of it. This was before rolling IPs were really popularized. Like now it would be almost useless to have IP addresses, because now we have like these rolling IPs, and like I'm in New York City, but I've seen where where Facebook thinks I've logged in from somewhere in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, even as far away as DC. And but at that time, IP addresses were more consistent. Okay, also, just a side note here, Adam also had these videos and didn't pass them on to law enforcement when he was interviewed, because Charles had said to him in a text on June 29th, this was the day where Charles was really hot and heavy over all of the evidence, definitive evidence of the affair. I think he had already suspected she was having an affair, but then she actually pulled him into it. But Charles said to Adam, I sent you the videos she sent him, and she was referring to Chad, in January regarding family history. Included were 3 emails with her dancing videos attached. So Adam never, I've listened to his interview, he never mentions that she had these videos and that Charles had passed them on to her. So Kay doesn't stand alone in culpability of not passing on these videos, but she did have the keys to the kingdom with access to Charles' email and Amazon and financial records. Again, on August 9th, Kay kind of insinuates that she doesn't know if Lori has a boyfriend. She said, Lori's screwed unless she has a new boyfriend with deep pockets. Who knows? Well, she knew. Like she had enough information. And obviously at that point, Chad wasn't hiding. He didn't know that people had his name. Like I'm sure their little cadre of people who were digging into all of these details, like Brandon and their friend, Brandon's friend Jess. I'm sure they dug into Chad Daybell and saw he was a married man and clearly did not have deep pockets. But again, I mean, at this point now, it's almost a month after Charles was murdered, and she's still kind of sending these mixed signals of, well, Charles suspected, but there's no solid evidence that she passes on. And she's still talking about maybe she'll find her next in Hawaii, and and she's gonna be screwed unless she has a new boyfriend with deep pockets, and even adding on, who knows, like it's at minimum disingenuous. She didn't share everything. Like this, in my opinion, this is what they should have led with. From their first call with Detective Moffat on July 13th, this was the lead that was buried, in my opinion. On October 28th, so this was after Tammy was murdered, she sends this email. And it's not even an indicator in the subject line that, like I'm about to share something really significant here. But she said, Chad Daybell, cult leader. So she already had that reference to, there was this cult leader. Like first she said she didn't know his name. Then she said she couldn't remember his name, like I think a couple weeks later. And Charles had these suspicions that she might be having an affair with some nebulous cult leader. She even references Chad Daybell in one of her emails, but has no context. Like, who is Chad Daybell? Like, what you're throwing out this name as if, like, now people following the case, we all know who Chad Daybell is. But at that time, it was like July, August. Detective Moffat would have had no idea who Chad Daybell was. So, even referencing Chad Daybell in an email without any context, like this cult leader I've been referencing, yeah, his name is Chad Daybell. And actually Charles didn't just suspect Lori was having an affair. She had evidence. So this is what was, yeah. Anyway, so I don't want to belabor that point. But Chad Daybell, cult leader, whom Charles suspected Lori was having an affair. Again, he didn't suspect, he knew. Just so happens his wife passed away in her sleep on October 19th in Salem, Idaho. I'll send her obit shortly. How odd is that? I wonder if she was heavily insured. Lori had, now this is where, again, like, where was this detail in July? Lori had a large room at their home before she and Charles separated, which she used as a dance studio. She would record herself dancing 2 to 3 hours nightly and send vids to Daybell, which Charles discovered she was doing. Again, there's no reference in this email, like, so I'm going to send you a link to a Google Drive folder or a Dropbox folder, or, I have never been able to figure out how to use Dropbox, so I'm going to drop all of this evidence in a jump drive and send it to you via snail mail. There's nothing. But anyway, at this point, it was way too little, way too late. At this point, the kids obviously were both dead, and so was Tammy. And again, these were details that she knew long before Charles was murdered. Okay. She knew Tylee was in imminent danger and did nothing. I suspect this portion of her call with Detective Moffat, so she was originally on the phone with Detective Moffat. The call got cut off, and then Larry talked to him, and then Kay kind of jumped in when Detective Moffat said something about there being 3 witnesses. And I think that this was the kind of point of no return from what I can assess.
I have to tell you, it's going to be an uphill battle to reveal the truth in this, because we only have so much, scientific evidence, and then we have, basically eyewitness testimony of 3 people. So, but it is not an investigation that we're just closing the doors on and walking away and taking it at face value by any means. Thank God. Thank you, Chief. So, in fact,
Lori and Al, but who is the 3rd person?
Lori's stepdaughter, Tylee.
Oh, shit. All right.
Again, I don't want to be cruel to Kay. Excuse me. I know some people will never believe that. But when I heard this, I just wondered, was this the moment where she was just like, like so angry at Tylee that she was an eyewitness? Then the assumption here was against Charles, that she just had it in for Tylee. I don't know. What I do know is that she knew about this ratings document from January. We don't know exactly when, but definitely long before Charles was murdered, she knew that this ratings document was sent by Chad Daybell to Lori. And Lori also created some documents of her own, and those were the only ones that Kay ever passed on to law enforcement. But those were just ridiculous, like who all of these people were in their previous lives, who these different leaders were from the LDS faith, who they were in previous lives, who had been their kids in previous lives. It was all just kind of silly nonsense, not particularly germane to the investigation, in my opinion. But the document that Chad sent the one from October. So the documents that Lori sent to Chad, they were sent sometime in January. It was actually right before Charles discovered them. But I think maybe like the day before, excuse me. But so he may have already been monitoring her email. There may have already been trouble in their marriage. But that document, the one that even he and Tylee did not have a good relationship. They had a highly contentious relationship. Summer attested to there being like a big fight between Tylee and Charles that I think Summer had recorded. This was like from March. And yeah, so there were all kinds of tensions between Tylee and Charles, and I won't go into that, but even in spite of those tensions, here you see the only person I have seen evidence of advocating for someone protecting and helping Tylee was Charles in January. Since that time, we found out about all of these different Cox family members who had received this document from Charles, even including people who were pretty much on the periphery. So clearly Charles was sending this out en masse, and I am quite sure that Tylee also knew about it because everyone in the family did. And they're not particularly good at keeping secrets. I've talked about how gossipy of a family they are. Plus, we already know that Lori actually called Tylee a zombie, according to Melanie Gibb. So, so Kay knew at the time. I can understand her being angry, but at the same time, Tylee was by far the darkest spirit identified in that document among the living. The only one who edged her out ever so slightly by 1/10 of a point was Joe, and he was marked as sealed away. And so, again, in my opinion, this should have been a point that they led with. Like, hey, my brother was murdered because he was deemed to be a dark spirit. There are other people who have been identified as dark spirits, including Tylee, but anyway, so there's no evidence of empathy in this response. At the same time, this was, kind of a guttural response and an instinct. But I do feel like it informs some of her actions that followed. All right, already made this point. There's no evidence that she ever passed on this incredibly damning ratings document. What she did pass on, like I said, was the silly documents that Lori wrote, and she actually assigned them to Chad, but they were from Lori, not Chad. I actually break down a difference between the emails and the documents in this document. I've gone through it in a live as well because it was very confusing. One was called Family History Records and the other one was called Family History Documents. And the documents email was the one that had the dark ratings. And I just remember that with a mnemonic device, just thinking Daybell documents and records, whatever, doesn't matter. I mean, that was from Lori. But even after they knew that Tylee was missing, so this was on January 4th, Kay passed on this email with these silly documents to one of the victims advocates with the FBI. And she just said, ran across this email Charles sent in March. Oh, yeah. Well, to the victims advocate, she said, hi, Jamie. This thread is from Chad to Lori. It actually wasn't. It was Lori to Chad. But then Charles in January 2019, it's crazy one doc lists names that are in the cult to modern day disciples. And then Jamie passed it on to Ricky Wright with the FBI. So yeah, so she passed on these inconsequential documents that would certainly embarrass Lori for people to see, but didn't pass on the one that identified her as a dark spirit, because at this point the case had been public for a couple of weeks. Everyone knew that Tylee was also missing, but in these different references, she was still being referred to as like one of the perps, so, and like actually grouped in with the perps. She wasn't referred to as a perp. She was referred to as, there was a weird term that was used at one point, but also when Detective Yinklin from Chandler Police was trying to get a search warrant for, I believe it was her Tylee's email history, she actually said that Tylee was a suspect in a murder case. So, you know, I've shared that in other lives, but it made no sense because she was only requesting her email records from September to current, but Charles was murdered in July. So if they had really thought that Tylee was a suspect, why wouldn't they have requested email records prior to July 11th? I think she just added that in. I don't know. I suspect she just added that in just to add a little more oomph to the search warrant. But anyway, okay. Oh, it's also notable, I forget if I made this point, but that ratings document was never entered into evidence in Lori's trial. I do wonder if that was at least in part to protect Kay from scrutiny. Okay, also, Kay just seemed desperate for Adam and Nicole to reach out to Detective Moffat. So I'm just going to go down a timeline here with summary points. And all of these are on my timeline. If you just search Annie Cushing timeline, whoops, the blog post with my very, very, very comprehensive timeline will come up. So, and each point in the timeline, unless it's a confidential source and there is nothing to link to, has a link to either a document from the FOIA docs or a screenshot or video or something like that. Excuse me. So July 20th, Kay told Detective Moffat that some Cox family members were anxious to talk to him. I assumed that this was Adam and Nicole. 2 days later, she told Detective Moffat Adam was supposed to call him that day. So then on the 25th, this was 3 days later, Kay emailed Detective Moffat and said she hoped Adam had called and was helpful. So according to Detective Moffat, she was, or either Adam or Nicole had been telling him that he had left messages. He did try to call and no one was returning his call. But according to Detective Moffat, there was no call. There were no messages and there was no email. And he said on that day that he was confused as to why Adam hadn't called yet, and also added that he would be, I forget the term that he used, but like careful, you know, not, because Adam was already a question mark for Detective Moffat at this point. Then on August 2nd, now keep in mind, Adam and Nicole still had not reached out to law enforcement. Detective Moffat asked Kay to call him to talk about Adam. And later that day, he was talking to Kay's brother, Bobby, and had said that he tried calling Kay several times. He couldn't get a hold of her. He left messages for her, but that's how concerned he was. So he expressed his concerns to Bobby that he didn't know how trustworthy Adam was. And so Bobby had said, I've never heard of this guy in my life, but I'll let Kay know not to trust him. And then there was one other interaction where Kay had said to Detective Moffat, I know you said I shouldn't trust, and it was redacted, but I think Adam's name fit in the redaction. But she said, I just use them for information. I listen to them complain about, how dysfunctional their family is, so that I can get information. Then August 8th, Nicole and Adam both trash Tylee to Detective Moffat. So here you have Detective Moffat telling Kay, I don't trust this guy. I don't think he's trustworthy. You keep saying that, you think he's going to call me. He's telling you he's tried calling me. No one has tried to call me. And I wonder if Kay reached out to Adam and Nicole and said, hey, you know what? Because you haven't reached out, now you're looked at as suspicious, and maybe that's what motivated Nicole to reach out. But when she reached out, and I'm not going to open up the email, I've already covered it in other lives, she came out swinging, but it wasn't in the ways that you would have anticipated. Yeah, she definitely took swipes at Lori, but she really laid into Tylee. In my opinion, even more than Lori. Telling Detective Moffat she's a terrible kid, and also agreeing with the rating of her being a dark spirit. She's like, that's the one thing I agree with. Now, the irony there is that Detective Moffat probably had no idea what she was talking about and probably assumed this was just some kind of freaky LDS thing, because no one had told him that Tylee had been rated a dark spirit. But then you have someone saying, yeah, I actually agree with that rating. This is the one thing I think they got right. Now, I'm sure Nicole regrets that email, to err is human, to forgive divine. I don't hold anything against any of these people. I mean, I have to work really hard at it, but unforgiveness, bitterness is a heavy load to carry. But also Adam, when he reached out, he had said to Detective Moffat, and this is very much a Cox family thing, they're not the best communicators, so they mess up idioms. So instead of saying she's thick as thieves with Lori and Al, he said she's thicker than thieves. So I don't know if he was trying to be extra emphatic, no, she's even thicker than that. But clearly sending this message, Tylee is one of the perpetrators. You can't believe anything that Tylee says. And then Kay followed up with, I think you can crack her, because Adam also, I believe he even said that in his interview with Detective Moffat, that he thought that Detective Moffat could crack Tylee. But anyway, and so I do wonder, I'm trying to make clear at these different junctures, I don't have definitive proof that they came out swinging and attacking Tylee because of their communication with Kay, but it is a question mark, because it does beg the question, why was Kay so desperate for them to reach out to Detective Moffat? Certainly to defend Charles, that part I can understand, but this ad hominem attack on Tylee when they all knew Tylee was rated a dark spirit, I mean, that is always the backdrop against all of these details. Here you have these family members who are, instead of expressing any empathy or giving law enforcement any cause for concern that, hey, I think Tylee could be her next victim, because she was. But instead of that, they're coming out just swinging and really portraying her as an evil person. And then a few days later, so this was August 13th, in my opinion, Kay pulled out all the stops and went for the jugular with Tylee. She said, I spoke with Nicole, and Adam's name fit in this redaction, but filling in redactions isn't an exact science. I do believe that this was Adam, so I'll go with that. That's my opinion. Adam said you can crack Tylee, but you think she's a minor. Well, it's not a question of if Detective Moffat thinks she's a minor. She was a minor. She was 16 at that time. Lori told me Tylee was emancipated. And here's her explanation for why she was emancipated. In order to make financial obligations with the $3 signs left to her via, and I'm sure she was talking about Joe's death, naming her sole beneficiary. So I try to give these people the benefit of the doubt, but one, I mean, this is an absolutely false statement. Not only was Tylee not the sole beneficiary, she wasn't a beneficiary in Joe's policy at all. And I know that because I found out in the midst of this case that I was a beneficiary. It was a small percentage, but he had told me like years before that if anything happened to him, that I would be taken care of. And I mean, we had this falling out, so we weren't even in contact, but he still left me as a beneficiary. So I knew from talking to someone from the insurance company that Lori was the primary beneficiary, and one other family member and I were like kind of secondary beneficiaries. So Tylee wasn't listed, but then I'm not convinced that Kay wouldn't have known this, because someone who is a friend of Charles had reached out to me. This was a confidential source. But this person had told me that there were problems with getting the life insurance payout. And Charles had reached out to this person because they were in the field. And this person actually took measures to help unstop what had been stopped. And this person told me it's pretty rare for life insurance claims to take so long to be paid out. So they said that this was in their opinion, an indicator that there was cause for concern with the insurance company. So sometime, this person estimated October to November of 2018, they finally received the payout. And this person had said at that time, Charles and Lori were desperate for money. They were in financial straits, and then they were okay. And that Charles was so distracted with a lot of this stuff going on in his personal life, he wasn't working. So I'm just not convinced that Kay ever really believed that Tylee was the sole beneficiary. We don't know at this point, but she said, I have Tylee's social security number if you need it. Now, what she's gunning for is she wants Detective Moffat to go after Tylee and try to crack her. I believe cracking Tylee would be easily accomplished. In Tylee's mind, she would have to deal with Lori's and the family backlash, which would make her life unbearable. Now, again, I'm going to sound a little bit like a one-trick pony here, but Kay had to know, given her dark rating, it wouldn't have made Tylee's life merely unbearable, which even that in and of itself is very cruel. You're acknowledging, oh yeah, like Tylee's life will be a living hell if you actually do what I'm begging you to do. But it wouldn't have been unbearable. It would have been over. Like, she knew, in my opinion, she knew Tylee was a target. Because if there had been any question or dismissing of this whole dark spirit thing, you know, once someone was actually murdered who had been identified as a dark spirit, there was no more room for dismissing that. Because some people, I believe, mostly sock puppets, will come back and say, well, but would law enforcement have taken them seriously if they had said that Charles was murdered because he was a dark spirit? Well, Kay did actually tell Detective Moffat that. But if they had actually known, no, there's a framework for this. Like, basically, anyone who Lori had some kind of unresolved issue with, conveniently enough, was a dark spirit. Anyway, okay. That would be her hesitation, which I'm sure you can circumvent. So she's just like, yeah, that'll be her hesitation, but I have confidence that you know how to manipulate her and circumvent that hesitation. Then there's this section. Now, it is highly redacted, but interestingly, not as much as I would have thought would be redacted. So what we know is Tylee accused, and then there's a pretty significant redaction, which Tylee admitted within recent past to Lori and Charles that it wasn't true. So one, we already know that this is probably a pretty hellacious, or that might be too strong of a word, potentially combustible claim, and that's why they redacted it. So this wasn't like, you know, she's not talking about Tylee has plantar fasciitis. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something inconsequential. It obviously was something consequential, and they wanted to protect Kay from any potential backlash. But and then there's another redaction and then in order to make Lori happy. So we may never know what those redactions were, but I absolutely would put money on the most probable statement being that Tylee made up these allegations of SA against Joe, and which she actually never made, except when she was 5 and immediately recanted on them. I talked about that in another live. So Tylee never made these allegations against Joe, but it seems like what Kay was saying was, okay, so to give you perspective on how evil this kid is, she actually made up allegations that her father had SA'd her, and then recently admitted to Lori and Charles that this wasn't true. That's what I would put money on. Still my opinion. We don't know, and we may never know, but I suspect that that's a statement she made. In my opinion, this email, more so than any other from Kay, just showed a callous disregard for Tylee's safety. And again, especially knowing what Kay knew at that time. Same with Adam and Nicole, but Kay, you see evidence of her, like, you know, kind of having this campaign going, like, I can't just, you know, like, accuse this kid of being evil. I first need this backup, like, from her own family. Like, that would be really helpful. And then I'll come in and really drop the boom on Tylee. Okay, so then after the case went public, so the case went public on December 20th, and a couple weeks later, Kay and Larry did a press conference in Rexburg, and they were asked 2 different times, you know, just to share a little bit about Tylee. And I mean, you can look up the press conference. please, if you find something that I missed, because I went through this press conference trying to see, like, do they ever say anything positive about Tylee? I couldn't find anything. So I only found 2 times where they were asked about Tylee, and I stitched together those 2 questions and their responses.
Did you have any much to do with Tylee? Did you ever talk to her or talk to her on video?
I mean, Tylee was always, she's 10 years older than JJ. She, was always doing her thing. She had her friends. And so, of course, I was around her when we would go visit. Or Lori really quit coming to Lake Charles a few years ago when Charles would come and JJ. So I really wasn't around her that much. Over the years, yes, but nothing, nothing ever stood out or nothing, it's just.
She was a typical young teenager. She had her friends. And they were either at her house or she was at their house.
What was Tylee's relationship with JJ and Ben?
Typical teenager.
Sister. She was a sister to JJ. I actually have a video, and I need to send that out because it's a cute video, and it's her playing with him. And I guess he was probably 3, maybe 2. Anyway, it's really cute, and I didn't even realize I had it. I ran across it the other day, so I will post it or get it out there.
Did you have any?
Okay. Oop. Oh, so to summarize, I should have changed this title. To summarize, here were their main talking points. Tylee's 10 years older than JJ. She was always doing her thing. She had her friends. Nothing ever stood out. She was a typical teenager. Larry said that twice. One time said young teenager. She had her friends and her phone and her room. She was a sister to JJ. And that Kay has a cute video of Tylee playing with JJ when he was 2 or 3. I mean, they basically describe the majority of teens in first world countries. Like, she had her phone, she had her room, she had friends. They went to each other's houses. She was 10 years older than JJ. It was all like these facts, but nothing like now they refer to themselves as her grandparents. They weren't her grandparents, and she would have never seen them that way. Like, Kay was her stepfather's sister, so she would have never seen Kay as a grandmother, excuse me, or Larry as a grandfather. But now they refer to themselves as her grandparents. Like Larry, I think after the trial, he referred to himself as her pawpaw, and that just wasn't that dynamic. But at least now, they say nice things about Tylee. But when it really mattered, or at least really mattered to me, because I had no intention of ever going public. I think it was 7 or 8 weeks before I ever went public, because I didn't want to be tethered to this case. And I've always been transparent about, I really didn't know Tylee very well. And, and I've talked about this before, but I'll never forget walking, excuse me, to my first Dateline interview and just kind of saying out loud, just to the universe, there was no real purpose in it, but, and no one would ever notice here in Manhattan that you're talking to yourself. But I remember saying, I'm sorry, it looks like I'm the best you have. So it was I was just saying to Tylee, this really sucks, that, and not just for me, it did suck for me, but like really for Tylee, like that there was no one else, all these people who knew her so much better, and all these trolls are like, oh, Annie hardly knew her. I always said that, like from the start, from my Dateline interview, but no one else was knocking down the door to advocate for Tylee. So the first couple months, especially of the case, she was, in my opinion, just kind of in the shadows. But okay. All right. And Larry actually went so far as to say this was all about JJ. You can click through and listen to that if you're so inclined. He just said, this is all about JJ. That's it. Okay. So also, in my opinion, Kay lacked any sense of urgency. So, here we have this escalating crisis, and what you'll see evidence of, and what you've already seen if you've attended any of the lives, like she was very busy and she was sending a lot of emails to Detective Moffat that had a certain sense of exigency. Is that word? I'm not sure if that's the right word, but anyway, but urgency. But when it came to like actual actions, there just seemed to be a lack of urgency. So, all right. So just by way of comparison, again, I don't want to be cruel, but when the Gabby Petito case kind of hit the airwaves, it was an incredibly sad case, but in my mind, it went more like how you would expect a missing person case to go. So on August 24th, Gabby last spoke with her mom. On August 30th, Gabby's phone texted her mom's saying no service in Yosemite. Ostensibly Gabby, but I don't think it was. Then on September 11th, Gabby's parents requested a welfare check. Now, keep in mind, at this time, they didn't even know what state Gabby was in, because Gabby and her boyfriend, Brian, they might have been engaged. Anyway, they were traveling, that like the whole van life thing. So they were traveling all like up and down the West Coast and checking out different national parks. So when they requested this welfare check, they couldn't even say what state Gabby was in, but they gave them the address of Brian's parents, because before they went on this trip, they had lived with Brian's parents. And then that's where they started. So, we'll see evidence of, someone saying, I didn't, I had the address, I just didn't have the apartment number. And, that's so much more than what Gabby's parents had. But a little more than a week later, Gabby's remains were found. So, let's take a look at the timeline of how this case went. And here I really had to decide, like, okay, I don't want this live to go on for hours, for one thing, although probably still will. But I really tried to just pick like the main points. So on August 9th, Kay emailed Detective Moffat, said, please, please, please help us. We're heartbroken. We cannot lose him, meaning JJ, too. If Lori was sane, I wouldn't be worried. She's not. She stated she didn't want him anymore in January. Now she doesn't have, and she's referring to the $1 million life insurance, she really won't want him now. So the sick just means like I didn't correct any of like the grammar or anything like that. So this was the email that she had sent. So I share this because, like I said, some people will say Kate couldn't have possibly known Lori would kill JJ. Like she just believed at that point that she was a loving mother. But we already saw an email that she had sent in July where she expressed concern, and she consistently expressed not just nominal concern, grave concern for JJ's welfare. Yet again, no report was ever made to CPS. On August 11th, Kay actually bragged that she knew Lori wanted to offer JJ in exchange for the money. So she emailed Detective Moffat. I wish she would call and ask for money if she gives us JJ. I know that's on her mind. So these emphases these were added by Kay. So the all caps, the bold face, underline, this was all Kay. These were not emphases added by me. I know that's on her mind. And she also added the ellipses. I didn't remove anything. It would be stupid on her part. So here she's telling Detective Moffat, I wish she would just call and ask for the money if she gives us JJ. So she knew that that's what Lori wanted. She even said, I know that's on her mind. That would certainly be in keeping with Lori's MO, but she doesn't offer, like she doesn't, I suspect, again, I don't want to be cruel, but I suspect Lori probably would have accepted a tenth of the $1 million. And now, according to Cheryl Wheeler, Charles' ex-wife and the mother of Cole and Zach and Vallow, Kay and Larry kept the whole $1 million, even though Kay had testified at Lori's trial that Charles wanted her to give half to Cole and Zach, and that she did indeed do that. So, that's as much as I know. But this money was supposed to be to take care of JJ. And another thing I've noticed, throughout all of these emails, this doesn't mean it didn't happen, just that there's no evidence of it to date. There's no evidence that that Kay even offered to pay for JJ's school. JJ had been in a private school, and there's no evidence of hey, you know what, Charles had me as beneficiary because he just wanted to make sure JJ's needs were taken care of, and so I've got tuition or whatever. Again, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. There's just no reference, and there's been no reference to that in any of Kay's interviews. But Kay did say in her victim impact statement after Lori's trial that she would have just given Lori the money if she had asked. But again, she knew that's what Lori wanted. So that just felt a little disingenuous, especially to call Lori out for greed. Obviously, Lori was very, very greedy. But yeah, again, if Cheryl and Cole's claims hold water, that would be indicative of greed on Kay's part as well. I mean, just given the fact that she testified that Charles did want her to give half to them. Okay, after the case went public, she did change her tune a little bit. She said in an interview, I believe if Charles had left her, meaning Lori, the $1 million, she would have given JJ back to us and we would be extremely happy. I wish Charles would have just done that. I wish he would have, because JJ is worth more than anything in the world. So here she's saying, I wish Charles would have just made Lori the beneficiary, because then she would have given us JJ and we'd be happy. But, again, that kind of operates under the assumption that she wouldn't have been able to do that just on her own initiative. In that same article later, she was quoted saying, Charles and I had a conversation. He had a $1 million policy with Lori as the beneficiary, and he told me he wanted me to be the sole recipient. So here she's saying he wanted her to be the sole recipient. I told him to leave it to his boys, but he was worried about what Lori was going to do. It says, Woodcock insisted the money go to Charles' 2 sons from a previous marriage and his adopted son, Joshua JJ Vallow. And this I did just kind of shorten up. Charles said, Lori doesn't want me anymore. She doesn't want JJ, and you'll end up raising JJ. So I want you to have the money. And then it says they never discussed the policy again, but Woodcock confirmed they did receive the money. And then now this part is my emphasis. She said receiving the money was not contingent on having custody of JJ. So again, don't want to be cruel. I want to be fair here, but it just, like, I remember even at the time saying, well, wait a minute, if you wanted Charles to give the money to his sons, but Charles only insisted on you having the money because she had also said in that interview, I believe it was that interview, like, taking care of JJ is going to be expensive, like you will need that money. But why add this detail that receiving the money wasn't contingent on having custody? Because then there was that mixed message of like, well, wait a minute, is she not going to turn over the money to his sons if she doesn't have the responsibility of raising JJ? Anyway, I don't know. Okay, I've made this before, but I'll add this here. There's no evidence they ever called DCS, which is CPS for Arizona. A little bit of background. Larry claims in this interview that they had, I believe it was after Tammy had died, they started asking where JJ and Tylee were, and started making calls to CPS.
Just when things couldn't get any crazier, we found out that Charles' wife, Tammy, died unexpectedly.
Abel's wife, Tammy, also died under mysterious circumstances last fall.
Once Tammy passed away, our concerns for JJ's welfare became heightened.
That's when we started calling Child Protective Services. We started panicking. Where's JJ? Where's Tylee?
Again, the only ones who actually called DCF that I've seen in the FOIA docs were Life Academy. Once in February, this is when Lori was MIA, and I think they were concerned, like, well, we have a parent who is unaccounted for. Let's call in DCS. And then in August, because I believe it was Lori had said, I think she had said Charles had died of a heart attack, and then someone from Life Academy saw a report that he had been shot, and so they called in DCS. Kay and Larry only reached out after the welfare check, and that was more to get custody of JJ after Lori was arrested. Like, that's what they talked about. Now, back in September 25th, Kay had sent an email to Detective Moffat saying, I'm consulting with JJ's social worker, and she put in parentheses, LA for Louisiana, to help us however she can, perhaps opening the door with Arizona Social Services. And we'll see this theme come up again, like with the welfare check. Like, it's like, there's this, like I've talked about, there's this busyness, but it's like reaching out to the wrong agencies. Like, JJ hadn't been a ward of Louisiana's foster care system, or, whatever system he was in until he was adopted by Lori and Charles for years. So why reach out? I can understand reaching out to get advice, but why not reach out to DCS directly and say, hey, we are very worried about our son. Like, we want an investigation done. We know that he was at the home when his father was shot. We haven't been there when Lori has cut off contact with us for more than a month. We have no eyes on him. They did have someone, or they asked Detective Moffat at one point to go by JJ's school and check on him. There was also a reference in a video about how Kay and Larry had called JJ's school at the end of August to ask about him. So clearly, like, they were concerned, but there was I can't find anything that supports Larry's claim of Tammy died and then they were on the phone with DCS checking into the welfare of the kids, and they weren't checking into Tylee's welfare at all. In fact, Kay had told me in a Facebook group, this was before all the FOIA docs started coming out, and she kind of owned the narrative. She had said, like, she tagged me and said, and of course, we included Tylee in the welfare check. And I thought it was a little odd at the time because I was like, well, I wouldn't have thought that you wouldn't have included her. But okay, like, thank you for letting me know. But then, I find out, wait a minute, no, they didn't include Tylee in the welfare check. And at one point, I believe it was in their press conference, Kay actually said that they didn't know Tylee was missing until the welfare check. But anyway, so I think there's a little bit of revisionist history. You see that with some of these other interviews, like they just kind of tag Tylee's name to JJ, but in reality, there's no evidence that anyone had concern about Tylee, even though Tylee had gone completely radio silent. Okay, I've shared this before, but Kay said that they found out that JJ was missing in October. We'll play that.
Hey, do you know if your brother had a life insurance policy?
Oh, whoops. This is the wrong. I think this is the wrong one.
So back to the children, when did you discover no one had seen JJ?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So when did you discover that no one had seen JJ since September 23rd?
September 23rd. October.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, Kay corrects Larry, was like, no, we didn't find out September 23rd that JJ was missing. We found out in October. And it nearly drives me to drinking. I'm like, how? Like, how did you find out? Like, that's a really important detail. Like, and I've shared this before, but, I was in the foster care system when abductions were more common. I was abducted twice. I had a younger foster sibling when I was a teenager who was abducted. And it's so jarring. Like, the moment. I mean, this is many years later, and I still remember the moment of finding out my little sister Michelle was missing, as she had been abducted, and here we're like 3.5 years into this case, and we still don't know how did they define missing, what made them think he was missing, and there's just this lack of urgency. Like, wait, okay, so you found out in October, but then a welfare check wasn't performed until late November. All right.
Hey, do you know?
All right. And Brandon's friend Jess supports this timeline.
I, at that point, was convinced that Lori and Alex and Chad were behind the shooting of Brandon. And obviously Tammy's death. And by then, we know that Tylee and JJ are missing.
For everyone to understand too, this is still before any of us knowing. Like,
nobody knew.
Nobody. The media came out in December. We're talking right after Tammy's death, right? You guys, there's stuff happening. You guys are all talking, the information hub. So, okay, go ahead.
People just kept dying. People kept dying and nobody did anything about it. At that point,
Whoops. Let me see. What's that then?
saying she's going to kill me and scared.
Okay. Okay.
And Gilbert and Chandler, Brandon.
Sorry, I bumped the keyboard.
Okay, was it the welfare check in Rexburg?
Grateful for the media.
You know what? I'm just going to go back to the beginning, but take note and just kind of tuck away her point about no one was doing anything about it, because I will circle back to that point.
At that point, was convinced that Lori and Alex and Chad were behind the shooting of Brandon. And obviously Tammy's death. And by then, you know, we know that Tylee and JG are missing.
For everyone to understand too, this is still before any of us knowing. Like
nobody knew.
Nobody. The media came out in December. We're talking right after Tammy's death, right? You guys, there's stuff happening. You guys are all talking, the information hub. So, okay, go ahead.
People just kept dying. People kept dying and nobody did anything about it. We're
Okay. So she supports this idea of, I'm not going to play the whole thing. You can go back to the presentation and play it. But she makes this point that they knew the kids were missing at the time that Tammy died, and confirms that they knew the kids were missing in October. Kay also said in a Facebook post that they hired a private investigator in October. She said, in October, our families united, retaining a private investigator who has pursued leads and continuously assists with the investigations. We value his diligence and are content with his services, so there is no need to raise money through GoFundMe, in quotes. I'll circle back to that, but so Rich had said he was hired by Brandon, but okay, maybe later Kay contributed. I don't know. But keep in mind that Rich followed Melanie and Alex to Rexburg on November 1st. So we have this background knowledge that they're a little cadre of people who were running their own investigations. They knew the kids were missing in October. They hire a private investigator. This private investigator follows Melanie and Alex in November. So there's no question of like, if there's, you know, maybe overlap here, like they knew the kids were missing in October. He follows them to Rexburg starting November 1st. And there's, well, I'll move to the next slide to make that point. But basically where I'm going with this is Rich wasn't looking for kids. He says that. We will listen to that video. If you've been following the channel, you've maybe heard it before. But he makes it very clear. He wasn't looking for kids. He was looking for Melanie, Alex, and the Jeep. So the reference to the GoFundMe was actually a jab at this GoFundMe that I ran. I'm only sharing this just because I'm anticipating there are probably going to be sock puppets saying, oh yeah, you know, she had a GoFundMe, she made money off this case, she profited off the deaths of the kids. I kept an extremely detailed spreadsheet of every contribution and how it was spent. So what I did was I created this dashboard because all of these different people, you know, family members and some of Lori's friends, they were doing these interviews, and I was noticing that they were contradicting each other. They were contradicting some of the information that was being shared mostly by Justin Lum, through these FOIA doc requests. This was before we had like a document dump. This was just Justin and different reporters sharing things that they had access to. But they were contradicting these different people. They were not only contradicting some of the evidence that was coming out in these FOIA docs, but they were also contradicting each other. And at times they were contradicting themselves. And Colby was probably the biggest one with like, whoa, dude, like maybe you need to write these points down, because he just kept contradicting himself from interview to interview. And Kay somewhat too. Anyway, but I thought, you know what? The problem, being an analyst, now a data scientist, is that like video, it's data, but it's called unstructured data. So it's not in like a spreadsheet. It's not in a database friendly format. It's audio, it's visual, it's all these different things. And even these FOIA docs were long form content, and in order to corral that, you have to structure all of that data. And so I started thinking, if I could get this into like a giant spreadsheet and take kind of sentence by sentence or chunks and identify them and put them in their own row, so that like basically in each row you have the start minute mark, the end minute mark, the title, the person speaking, any notes, and then the actual transcript. And there were also some other columns that enabled me to filter by like who's speaking, but also who is being spoken about. And that required an army of people who were going through these transcripts. So I was ordering these transcripts, which are already expensive, and then going through, like I had people helping me who were dividing up these transcripts into a spreadsheet format. So I gave them like the structure, and then they did that. And so the GoFundMe covered the cost of the transcripts as well as the people who were doing all of this work. And so anytime someone contributed, I would put their initials and the amount of the contribution. If it was anonymous, I just put AN, and I linked to that spreadsheet in every video I put out, like every live. I just want to make it so clear that I've always been very, very transparent. And by the end, I was ordering transcripts like long after I had closed the GoFundMe. So I went deep in the red with these transcripts, but it wasn't, I was getting, there were just so many trolls and sock puppets accusing me of profiting off the case, which couldn't be further from the truth. But when I started the GoFundMe, Kay actually went to each of the Facebook groups and campaigned against it, discouraging people from contributing to this GoFundMe. Anyway, so that's a little bit of the backstory there. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program. This is what Kay had to say about her thoughts when she found out from Brandon that Tammy had died. Again, keep in mind, this is still October, so this is before the private investigator followed Melanie and Alex to Rexburg.
What did you think when you heard that Tammy had died? And then
Well, I knew Tammy died right shortly thereafter, because Brandon and I were talking, and Brandon, when he found out, he let me know, and he and I both knew that was, oh my God, they're killing everybody along the way. And so with that, we knew it was too coincidental to be not being manipulated in any way, shape, or form. It was a manipulation to the nth degree. And the fact that, however, I don't know if with Tammy, I would say she got poisoned, because that seems to be something they like to do. And Lori has spoken of it, poisoning.
When did you speak of it?
Oh, it's just been over the years.
So there's a lot to unpack there. But basically, what Kay is saying is she found out from Brandon that Tammy died, and she said, oh my God, they're killing everybody along the way. So you would think, like, okay, this is it. This is finally the impetus that will prompt a welfare check. And it wasn't. You know, like she hadn't been in touch with JJ for 2 months at that point, more than 2 months. And there are all these indicators of obviously this case, like the inmates have taken over the asylum, you know. But and then she even adds in this detail, like, well, Tammy probably died by poisoning because we knew that's what Lori likes to do. And I like this reporter. I wish we had more of him because he's more willing to like kind of jump in like, whoa, wait a minute. Let me ask you about that. And a lot of times that's really missing. Like sometimes these family members, especially, and also friends will make really bizarre statements and then they just move on. But anyway, but I love that he stops her and was like, wait a minute, when did Lori say that? And she just said, oh, over the years, you know. So she's making this claim that Lori has so little regard for the sanctity of human life. She's actually talked about, I like poisoning people. And, you know, like if that had actually happened, that you would think that would have caused all the more concern. Like we need to call in a welfare check right away, or we need to get CPS or DCS involved. And then also all this time, now there's this question in the back of my mind, when did she really know about the Amazon receipts? When, because if Lori was ordering stuff from Amazon, and I find it a bit unbelievable that the first time she would have ordered something from Amazon would have been for her wedding, but if she had been ordering things from Amazon and Kay had access to her Amazon, and like Rich said, if they were actually monitoring these purchases in real time, that doesn't mean she found out a month later. That means they were watching Lori make these purchases. That means she had her address, and she also had her address for where they were going to be in Hawaii. And and you know, quite possibly before Tammy was murdered. But anyway, okay.
What did you think when you?
Okay, and this was an interview that Rich did. It was another interview. I believe it was right before the trial with Chris Cuomo from News Nation, where he talks about they knew that the kids were missing, but nobody was all that concerned at that point. I'll just play that.
And so when I first got going on this, it was hard to piece together. It was a complicated story of people. But at that point, we knew that Lori Vallow's husband, Charles, was already dead, and there had been a drive-by shooting, and the kids were missing, but no one was really that concerned at that point. But it was after I got involved that the bodies actually started dropping, and it was a scary time.
Again, this is where I wish we would have had that other reporter who was like, wait, whoa, wait a minute. I anticipate he probably would have been like, what do you mean you knew that you know, these family members knew the kids were missing, but nobody was all that concerned at that point? Like, in what parallel universe does anyone know that kids are missing, but they're like, you know what? Let's not overreact. Let's just see how this all plays out.
And so
And this is where I'm going with this. Yet, with all of that backdrop, like they knew the kids were missing. Again, I think there's some revisionist history. They weren't tracking Tylee. No one seemed to be concerned at all about Tylee, but I'll give them that one. They knew the kids were missing in October. No one was really that concerned. Now, Rich Robertson has eyes on Melanie. He's already monitoring her, movements and stuff, because I think Brandon was the main person who was really working with him. And she's on the move. She's packing up a U-Haul. She's getting rid of her kids' stuff. And then he follows them up in November 1st. And this is what he has to say. And again, this is not a criticism of Rich at all. Like, I just want to make that so clear. It's the people who hired him.
That's one thing I wanted to ask you as well. Of course, this is how it all started with these two missing kids here. Has anything been said about the kids? Melanie, Brandon, anybody, has any possible idea come out of what might have happened to JJ and Tylee?
No, I mean, that's, everybody's kind of hoping for the best on what happened to them. I mean, so from my perspective, I was looking for these adults, and when I saw them all kind of rendezvous up in Rexburg, we sort of had some surveillance going on them, and we saw them unloading the U-Haul that they rented in Arizona and took to Rexburg, and we saw where they were living, but we didn't see the kids. And Kay Woodcock and Larry Woodcock were starting to ask us if we had seen them, and they had been out of touch for the better part of a month or more at that point, which was unusual. And so at that point, Kay made a call to the Rexburg police and asked them to do a welfare check on the kids.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like he wrapped up his surveillance and then they asked, hey, did you see JJ? Like, when he followed them to Rexburg, it looks like no one said, hey, you know what? Forget about Melanie, Alex, and the Jeep, or maybe not forget about it, but really the top priority in all of our minds is see if you can get eyes on JJ. And it appears that didn't happen. And he also said the same thing, maybe a little more detail in his Dateline interview. I have shared that elsewhere, but he actually says, I was looking for Melanie, Alex, and the Jeep. But then in the trial, Detective Hermosillo expressed something similar, just about like their, I think what you'll see with this is he says that there are concerns about JJ and Tylee, but that they were told like not to do anything at that point, to hold off, that they were going to ask friends if they had JJ in Arizona. So let's listen to that.
Were you aware of who JJ Vallow was?
Not at the time during the surveillance, no.
Okay. Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
No.
So is it fair to say at that time you weren't looking for children?
That's correct.
Detective, when was the first?
Just a second. Let me just add in here. The surveillance that Detective Hermosillo performed, I believe it started on November 1st.
First time you heard of JJ Vallow?
Gilbert police came down to Rexburg. Let me back up. We were able to seize the Jeep on November 4th from that residence. At that time, Gilbert police was advised, and they came up to Rexburg on November 18th, 2019. At that time, they came up to serve a warrant on the infotainment center inside of that Jeep for GPS locations, things like that. When they came up, that's the first time we heard of Tylee Ryan or JJ Bello. So November 18th, 2019.
Okay. And at that time, were you told that they were missing?
We weren't told they were missing. We were told that their grandmother, Kay Woodcock, was concerned that she hadn't spoken with JJ for a while. And they just asked us to keep an eye out at the residence. They said they were going to do some checking down in Arizona to see if JJ was possibly with friends down there. And if they needed us further, they would get with us at a later date.
So again, I mean, you can kind of see these disconnections. Like, here you have these family members who now are saying they knew JJ was missing in October, possibly Tylee, but none of that was communicated to Detective Moffat. Like, there's not a single email from Kay saying, hey, we have boots on the ground, or we have reason to believe that JJ was missing. Like I said, like, we don't even know how these people defined missing. Like, what made them think JJ was missing? All we know is that they stick the pin in October. Here, now it's November 18th. And they're basically being told by Gilbert police, you know what, stand down. We're still going to, they're going to ask around to see if any friends have JJ. Now, keep in mind, JJ is special needs. Like, he wouldn't have been able to easily just stay with a friend, especially not for days. I mean, he had very specific needs, that required a lot of adult supervision. That would have been asking a lot for just a friend to watch him for days or weeks, and anyway, so yeah, it's very strange. But ironically, Kay had made the first mention of, she didn't request a welfare check. She asked for a point of contact 5 days prior. She reached out to Detective Moffat and said, good day, Nathan. Again, she's like on a first name basis with him. Larry and I met with a social worker who handled JJ's case when Charles adopted him. She was helpful advising how we can posture ourselves to get JJ back once Lori is arrested. Now, there's already a question mark here. Like, what did she think Lori was going to be arrested for? Like, they weren't actively investigating her role in Charles' murder. I mean, they say they were, but there was very little being done. Like, at that point, I don't think they had even done the dump on Charles' phone. Like, I think that was like in 2020, there was something where maybe like getting the search warrant for like his iCloud or something. I mean, but like the bat wasn't even sent for testing for, I think, like 2 months. And so she had no reason to believe that Lori was going to be arrested for Charles' murder. So there's just this question of like, what do you think she's going to be arrested for? But she said, at some future date, I pray. Excuse me. That being said, may we have a point of contact in Rexburg? Excuse me. I forget to take a drink of water. They can do a welfare check and make law enforcement aware we can be there as quickly as humanly possible to bring JJ home. So, and again, I don't want to be unfair, but like, you don't have to request a point of contact. Like, you can just Google Rexburg police, get the number, call and say, I want a welfare check. You wouldn't need the exact address. Like, she had already said, that in an interview she did with 2020, that they found out where Lori lived sometime in September. She didn't say when and she didn't say how, but she said they just didn't have her apartment number. Well, that's plenty because they had already picked up the Jeep at that point. Like they could have figured out the apartment number. But so, again, like even in this email, there's just no sense of urgency. I don't even know what Rexburg SO, maybe sheriff's office, I don't know. But okay, she's asking for a point of contact so that they can do a welfare check. So that was the 13th, but Detective Moffat didn't do anything with it, and she even followed up a couple days later. Hey, just reminding you, I need that point of contact. It almost seemed like she wanted to be announced, like she wanted, when she worked with Rexburg Police, like she wanted them to know who she was. I'm JJ's grandma, instead of just calling. Like at any point, she could have just called Rexburg Police and said, I want a welfare check. But so it kind of makes sense why, like Gilbert Police, when they flew down and met with Rexburg Police, it appears they didn't even know that Kay had asked Detective Moffat about a welfare check or a point of contact, because clearly the welfare check wasn't actually requested and was requested through, by Detective Moffat, not by Kay, but it wasn't requested until November 25th. So we're talking 12 days. Like, you either have the patience of Job, or you just don't have a sense of urgency, because there's no way, if I thought someone I loved was in harm's way, or God forbid, potentially dead, I would just sit around. Well, that might not be fair. I wouldn't just wait 12 days for someone else to decide that this is a priority. Okay. So another thing that Larry said in one of their interviews that I thought was interesting, and this goes back to the Amazon purchases, but also speaks to why wouldn't there have been more of a sense of urgency. But he attacked it from the angle of what concerned him was what they didn't see.
Charles Vallo's sister was able to get into his email account, and she found the wedding ring that Lori bought for herself, as well as searches for wedding dresses and other items. All of this happening on October 2nd, a rather peculiar day in this case.
That was from the baseball bat?
About 4 months after Charles Vallo was shot to death in Chandler, Arizona by his estranged wife's brother, Charles' sister Kay Woodcock decided to plug in the printer she inherited from him. Somehow, his email account popped up.
After I poked around for a little while, I saw things were being ordered from Amazon, and I thought, well, that's not right, because, he's dead.
One of the purchases was a malachite gemstone ring for $35, shipped to her new Rexburg, Idaho address. And in the search history, Kay could see that Lori looked up beach wedding dresses and white clothes for her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell.
At that point, I was like, wait a minute, whoa, they're getting married. They were looking at it because it was men's extra large clothing. Charles, it wasn't for him. It was these men's tennis shoes, things for her, a new yellow bathing suit for her, swim trunks for a man, extra large. All this was right there for me to look at.
All of this on October 2nd, about 2 weeks before Chad's wife Tammy died in her sleep.
It doesn't take Einstein to figure out that was premeditation on her part.
October 2nd is also the day Lori and Chad are seen on surveillance video going to a storage unit, and the same day Brandon Boudreaux was shot at in Arizona. He believes Lori's brother Alex Cox was trying to kill him too. Brandon is Lori's niece Melanie's ex-husband.
I just wonder if Lori has shared this with her attorney.
But there was something bothering JJ and Tylee's grandparents more than the fact that Lori was using her dead husband's credit card for her next wedding.
One of the things that I look at is not one item, being searched had anything to do with Tylee or JJ.
Kate and Larry alerted law enforcement to what they found that November. Welfare checks for the kids turned up empty. All the while, Lori and Chad got married on November 5th in Kauai, 2 weeks after Tammy's death.
We've got to find those two children. We really do.
Okay, so again, yeah, I think it's unusual that they're still focused on her searches. Like they really kind of stay away from the purchases. I mean, we know that Lori purchased the wedding rings on October 2nd. We don't, like I said, we don't know when any of these other purchases were made. So they really focus on the searches. But what they should have been seeing was searches and purchases for back to school stuff for JJ and also for Tylee. I mean, supposedly Lori was telling everyone that Tylee was going to BYU, Idaho, you know, so there should have been something being bought for her. But it was also Tylee's 17th birthday, you know, like just a few days after she was murdered, you know, so the fact that there weren't any purchases, like I don't care about searches. Law enforcement didn't care about searches, I'm sure. Like they kept focusing on Lori's searches when in reality, like if Kay and Larry had said, Lori is purchasing stuff for a wedding. We're watching this in real time. You know, she ordered a ring for Chad and we watched the ring being returned, but we know his wife is still alive. You know, please step in. You know, like that wasn't done. And like I said, to this day, we still don't know what else was actually purchased. But what we do know is that they were concerned that they didn't see evidence that Lori was caring for kids.
Charles.
Okay. She also didn't pass on Lori's address to law enforcement. So I've played this video probably in at least a couple of lives, but I try not to operate under the assumption that someone watching a live tonight has watched, or whenever they watch it, has watched all of my other lives. But she said that she found out Lori was in Idaho in September.
You were in communication with police and investigators because you wanted to find JJ and Tylee.
Yes. In September, I believe we learned that they moved to Idaho, but I still didn't have an apartment number.
So again, she knew that Lori moved to Idaho. She doesn't ever tell Detective Moffat this. Like there was, I think it was a much later date. She said that Brandon told her that Lori had moved out of state, but she didn't say it was Idaho. So there was just this like lack of communication of any kind of like really important information. There was a lot of like, you know, Lori did this and we're really upset because she didn't let JJ come to her dad's funeral. Obviously, I would have been very upset about that too. But I don't know that I would have been sharing all of that personal information with Detective Moffat only because I'd want to make sure that he doesn't just like dismiss my emails. And I'm only sending him stuff that could potentially help his investigation. But we never see evidence that she told Detective Moffat, hey, Lori is in Idaho and I have the whole address except for the apartment number. Can you do a skip trace on her? You know, nothing like that happens. She also said the Amazon find provided them with Lori's address. She said November 8th, 2019. Again, she didn't even email Detective Moffat until November 10th, but she says here, November 8th. Via divine intervention, I stumbled on Loco's Amazon shopping history. And here she's referring to it as the shopping history, not just a search history. But from October 2nd, 2019, which included malachite wedding rings and beach wedding dress, etc. I quickly informed law enforcement, kicking off the domino effect, which took them down. It also provided us their current Rexburg address. We were elated with the thought we found our JJ. November 8th, 2021, trial for multiple murders is scheduled to begin. The rest is, it doesn't matter. But here she said, November 8th, she discovered the Amazon purchases, and now they had Lori's address. And here is something of what she saw. This is the, like I said, this is the only receipt that was ever passed on to the media. And I don't think, I think there was a receipt for the rings, or it might have been the ones that she tried to order from Etsy. I remember like 2 of the rings were glow in the dark, which was just ridiculous. But anyway, but you see here on October 2nd, she includes the shipping address, and it says here, courtesy photo of Kay Woodcock, and you see one of the rings, size 4, so obviously Lori's ring, and then it was delivered October 7th. The jury never knew this, by the way. Like, I think that this is one of the main reasons they had a hard time convicting Lori in Tammy's murder. But I think if they had known this, it would have been much easier. Okay. Okay. I was just looking over my notes. But she didn't tell Detective Moffat that Lori purchased anything. Yeah, again, it's not even like the main point of the email. She's mostly talking about the paint gun incident. But then she said, tonight I logged in Charles' Amazon account. This is November 10th. So even by her own timeline, there was a 2-day delay. Browsing history reveals numerous clicks on wedding dresses, mostly beach wedding dresses, as well as men's extra large white linen pants, white shorts, bridesmaid dresses. And most unusual search was for a coffee press. So this is what she's pointing at, like, oh yeah, you know, she was clicking on wedding stuff. Like, that's not a crime. You know, like dreaming about being married to your lover, that's not a crime. I mean, it is definitely unethical, it's skeevy, but it's not a crime. So a detective isn't going to care about her search history and what she clicked on. So nothing about that would, if I were a detective, and I'm no fan of Detective Moffat, but nothing about that would, you know, cause me alarm. Like, there would be nothing in that I'd say, okay, let's act on this. But then she draws special attention to, and most unusual search was for a coffee press. Neither Charles or Lori drank coffee. Perhaps Chad does. Like, I'm sure. I can speak for Detective Moffat in saying, I bet he didn't care. I bet he didn't give a flying F about what Chad drinks in the morning. Like, there was nothing for him to do with this email because she didn't tell him she bought a wedding dress while Tammy was still alive. It was delivered while Tammy was still alive. She also bought wedding rings and, you know, all of this other accoutrement. Like, there was no shopping history sent. Oh, and by the way, I now have Lori's address and I want a welfare check. She never mentions Lori's address. So later to the media, she's like, now I have the address. In Dateline, I don't think I include that video in this presentation, but she said to Keith that when she found the Amazon purchase, she was like, damn, that's, now we know where she lives, you know, and then made it sound like she just immediately got on the phone with Detective Moffat and requested a welfare check. And that's not what happened, because it's November 10th. The welfare check didn't actually happen until the 25th. And they had the FBI do a skip trace to get Lori's address. So it actually delayed the welfare check by only a day, but still, like, keep in mind, they already had Detective Hermosillo doing surveillance. He probably wasn't still doing surveillance at that time, but he had done surveillance. Gilbert police had been in Rexburg, so that, like, there was just so much of a lack of communication. And some of the responsibility is on law enforcement, but I think also some of the responsibility is on these family members. Like, this lack of urgency had really serious consequences. But so the FBI did a skip trace, which surfaced Lori's PO box, and then they had to get a search warrant and serve that to the U.S. Postal Service to get Lori's physical address. But obviously, if Kay had just sent Lori's email in a separate, Lori's address in a separate email, I don't think anyone would have asked the FBI to do a skip trace, because that just would have been redundant effort. Okay, she also seemed to push a narrative that the police weren't doing anything. So this I picked up over the years. Just like we already heard Jess say, like, no one was doing anything. Like, people just kept going missing and we're dying, and no one would do anything. And she even went so far as to say, like, it wasn't until like Brandon made the connection after he found out Tammy had died. Like, he went to law enforcement, which we know that he did. He went to Gilbert police and said, like, I think that this death is tied to my attempted murder and Charles' death. So he really was the catalyst for action to finally be taken. But there just seemed to be this narrative that, like, law enforcement wasn't doing anything. So we've already heard that from Jess. Then the day that the case went public, Case sent this long rambling email to Detective Moffat asking him to review what she had written, because she wanted to post this on Facebook. Now, most of these emails, he either never replied or there's no copy of the response. But in the midst of this email, and if you click on source, you'll see the whole long thing. She said, no, I'll read the whole thing. On October 19th, Chad Daybell's wife, Tamara, didn't awaken and no autopsy performed. She was buried in Utah, near where her family resides. Once a connection was made, thanks to Brandon, law enforcement began investigating her death, culminating in her exhumation. In the midst of this, Larry and I became increasingly concerned for JJ's welfare. When law enforcement finally performed welfare check in our behalf, it became apparent things were amiss. Lori claimed her friend had him in Phoenix. Once her friend spoke to law enforcement, she denied knowing JJ's whereabouts. At the same time, Lori claimed, we have JJ, and apparently it is not true. So it's just this little dig, like when law enforcement finally performed the welfare check on our behalf. And so technically you can see that she first asked for a point of contact on the 13th. And then she followed up a couple days later. Hey, just reminding you about that point of contact. But it's not like she called Rexburg police and no one was doing anything. So I don't want to give Detective Moffat too much of a pass. I think he should have bounced it back to her and said, hey, call Rexburg police. Like, this is outside our jurisdiction. Like, that's going to be the fastest, most efficient route to getting the welfare check. And if he did that, it wasn't included in the welfare check. But, we do see this little dig at law enforcement. It's kind of ironic that she was sending this to Detective Moffat to ask him to review it. But Marilyn Woodcock, who I believe was Larry's wife before Kay, I think she was his second wife. she also expressed something similar. I think this was also on December 20th. I didn't actually see this on her Facebook. Like at this point, like I had no idea who she was, but someone shared it in the AVAL community forum, and I saw it there and grabbed a screenshot. But it says Kay Vallow Woodcock and Larry J. Woodcock have screamed, pleaded, trying to find and speak to JJ Vallow, their grandson. Okay, that's true. They really did, like, try to get Lori to put JJ on the phone. But then she says, finally, the FBI and others have declared him missing, along with another child, Kaylee, his stepsister. Google, Channel 8 News, JJ Vallow, missing child, call Rexburg police or the FBI. His dad was Charles Vallow, was murdered July 11, 2019 in Chandler, Arizona. This child is from Lake Charles, Louisiana. He was adopted by Kay's brother Charles, who was killed. Now JJ and Kaylee are missing. But you see this, finally, the FBI and others have declared him missing. Again, there seems to be this common denominator of like law enforcement was primarily at fault here. And they certainly do carry some fault, at least Detective Moffat, and, just the breakdown of communication. But I really put the onus of responsibility on the family. But then Heather Daybell, this is, I believe her husband's name is Matt. He's Chad's brother, estranged brother. I think they were somewhat estranged even before all of this happened. But she expressed a similar statement. So let's listen to that.
We get back home and then it's all, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Matt gets a call, and I don't know what month this was. It's before Lori's arrested. Our office manager called Matt and said, hey, I just got a call from a Larry Woodcock. He would really like to talk to you. I think you want to take this call. So Matt did. He called Larry, and Larry, just such a nice man, and just said, thank you for talking to me. They are at wit's end. No one's helping. Like, nobody's saying anything. Nobody's helping that knows anything. And he just said, what do you know?
So again, there's this tenor of like Kay and Larry, and I can understand the frustration. I mean, it was very painful to just wait to hear anything from law enforcement, and then we were in the midst of the pandemic, and that did slow things down. But the pandemic happened after Lori was arrested. But there just seemed to be this common talking point of, we are trying to get law enforcement to take this case seriously, and no one's helping. No one's doing anything. And I would proffer that I feel like that is reverse. I feel like they, as unfair as it may seem, they weren't doing enough, like with withholding information, like really, really critical information, like wedding accoutrement purchases, updated address, all of these different details, like, supposedly Lori's history of poisoning people, and the rock solid evidence that you're sitting on that she had a long-standing affair with Chad Daybell that dated back to January, and actually even before January, because if they already knew, they're in the midst of the affair in January, and they knew that there was also a bizarre email sent in October right after she went to this event, it stands to reason that's probably when this affair started, and none of that was shared. Okay. And it did make me wonder, so if you were following the case in the early days, in the first Dateline that was published, there was this detail that was shared that turned out to not be true. And I do wonder if Kay was the source of this. So we'll just play it.
Then, on a sleepless night last November, Kay crawled out of bed and turned on her computer and found her way into the Gmail account of her now deceased brother, Charles.
Charles had 3 common passwords. First one I put in worked. I looking at his inbox and I see emails from Amazon. So I clicked on one and it was an order being delivered to Rexburg, Idaho. I said, well, damn, this is their address. This is where they are.
A eureka moment if there ever was one. As soon as the sun came up, Kay was on the phone, calling detectives she knew in Arizona from back when her brother Charles was shot and killed. She told them what she'd found, the address in Idaho, where she was hoping they'd find JJ and Tylee.
I got on the phone with Rexburg PD and requested they do a welfare check at the residence for JJ, more specifically JJ than Tylee, because Tylee's 16, 17 years old.
It took a couple of weeks for the Rexburg police to get around to knocking on Lori's door to ask if her kids, JJ and Tylee, were okay. And then they reported back to Detective Moffat in Arizona.
They said that they didn't locate JJ and Tylee, but that Lori had said that JJ was with a friend in Gilbert, Arizona, which is just east of us.
Okay, a lot in there, but the main point I wanted to make was that Keith had said it took Rexburg police a couple of weeks to get around to doing the welfare check. And if you followed the case at that time, I mean, this caused quite a buzz, a lot of outrage. Like, why would Rexburg police have just sat on a request for a welfare check for a couple of weeks? And we got notifications from Rexburg police that that wasn't true. They did it right away. But I worked pretty closely with the Dateline team, and I know how careful they are. So even at the time, I was really surprised that they would share something that was so off. But I do wonder if at this point, because it kind of goes along with that narrative of like, they were doing everything, and at every turn they were encountering resistance from law enforcement, and no one was taking this seriously. We don't know. I mean, clearly they got this information from someone. They wouldn't have just gone live with an allegation like this without someone telling them this detail. But anyway, but I do wonder if it just like is a byproduct of this whole thing. Okay. Let's see, was that? Yeah. All right. So, again, it's just this narrative of like, they were doing everything. There actually will be one more detail that supports that. But it also combined with this point here. She made some dubious claims after the case went public. The first one, I covered this in another live, so I'm not going to read this again. It has been affectionately referred to as Methgate, and it was an email that was sent to the FBI that alleged that Lori and Alex were basically shipping meth, and they were laundering money through Chad's little publishing company. And I mean, a bunch of people were pulled into this, like Hector Sosa. And I mean, it was a well-developed, well, not that well-developed, but anyway, but like there was this whole list of people who were somehow involved in this. And when this made its way around the Facebook groups, I was in one group that was later shut down. But the one of the admins for that group, who went by Carl Danger, he really pushed this. Like, he wasn't willing to let this go. And in that group, the name here and up here, like, it was redacted. So we didn't know who actually like sent this filled out this contact form, but only that it was sent through the FBI. The person who shared it said this came from a valid reporter. Excuse me. But the details were redacted, but he wouldn't let it go. Like, he just kept pushing and, calling out Kay. And yeah, I think he was also maybe the one who coined it, Methgate. So, it was a topic of conversation, but at the time I really didn't care about it. Like, I was so focused on, not to sound like, I don't know, it's not a flex. There were so many like kind of side stories in the story, and a lot of them I just didn't care about. A lot of them I still don't care about. Like, when people email me about Julie Rowe and stuff like that, I just suffer from a deplorable lack of curiosity. Like, I really only care about the victims who lost their lives. But what I didn't realize, well, anyway, but backing up. So Carl kept pushing this, and then Marilyn Woodcock fell on her sword and said in the group that she was the one who sent it in. But I didn't believe her. A lot of us didn't believe her, that she would do this. But she said that the reason for it was to get the FBI to take the case seriously. Now, look at the date. This was sent in on December 30th. So the welfare check had been done more than a month before, and law enforcement was definitely taking this case very seriously. I mean, you had two different FBI offices involved, multiple local precincts. I mean, it was an all-out effort to find both JJ and Tylee. So there absolutely was no need to make up a story about Lori and Alex, shipping meth. At this point, like, Alex was already dead, and certainly not to, like, pull in other people and stuff. Well, then in the midst, I think this was like maybe last year, maybe a year or two years ago, I was going through like my database and I was looking for something, and I came across this screenshot, and I didn't even know I was sitting on an unredacted version of that contact form that was filled out. What probably happened is someone probably sent it to me, like, and I didn't care about this whole side story at that time. In fact, I was kind of surprised that family even came clean that like this meth gate, contact form was actually even a real thing, because I had my suspicions. But then I found out, like, oh my gosh, I have it, and it's unredacted. So, but I think the real talking point is that the supposed objective of this red herring was to somehow get law enforcement to take this case seriously. But not for nothing, it is actually a felony to make a false report to the FBI. And excuse me, it's punishable with up to 5 years in prison and hefty fines. So it is not an insignificant thing to be involved in. Also, she claimed the kids were confirmed dead 3 days early. So the backstory here is they executed the search warrant on Chad's property on June 9th. Excuse me. And we were able to kind of watch some of that live because Nate Eaton, I think with Dateline Resources, reserved a helicopter. So they were flying overhead, and a lot of us who were really following the case closely, like we were taking these images or blowing them up. We could see some pretty disturbing details. So there was no question I think in most people's minds that these were the kids' remains, but there were these proper channels. So they had already collected their dental records, but they ultimately, the person who would confirm that their remains, the remains found belonged to JJ and Tylee, was the medical examiner. Well, the next day, early the next day, there was a tweet from a reporter sharing, I think I might actually share that first. Yeah, it was a tweet from a reporter sharing a video of the mayor of Rexburg, and he slipped. Like he was doing this interview and then he said something he shouldn't have said, and it had something, like he said something about the kids. Nothing surprising. Like obviously we all thought that, I think most people thought that these were the kids' remains. But he catches himself, and it's really this like very cringeworthy moment because you're just like, why would you share that? Because he caught himself and he was like, oh, said something to the effect of, I don't think I should have shared that. I won't share the video because I just think it's just too crushing to his dignity. Obviously, he knew immediately he had messed up. But that wasn't the official confirmation, obviously. Like, the mayor saying something about the kids wasn't an official confirmation that we could then take to the media. But the next, that same day, June 10th, so the day after the search warrant was executed, they came back on the 10th and finished excavating and stuff. So they were still working on the property. But there was this announcement in this private Facebook group, and it wasn't made by a family member. It was made by an admin, a group admin, saying that a family member told him that they had gotten the call that JJ was confirmed dead. And so all these people like replied, obviously, with condolences. And I was one of, hundreds of people who replied. And excuse me. And then like, but then after that, I think that was actually the 9th. I think that was the evening of the 9th. Well, then the next day, yeah, it was the evening of the 9th. And so I also reached out to Kay privately over Messenger, expressed my condolences. And then the next day, this announcement was made that both of the kids were confirmed dead. And it was just obviously a feeding frenzy in the media. And I had all of these different people reaching out to me, expressing condolences, reporters wanting to interview me. And I kept saying, the kids have not been confirmed dead. And, but there was this statement that was made by the Woodcocks and I guess Colby and Kelsey. The Woodcocks and the Ryans are confirming that the human remains found by law enforcement on Chad Daybell's property are indeed our beloved JJ and Tylee. We are filled with unfathomable sadness that these two bright stars were stolen from us, and only hope that they died without pain or suffering. Official statements from the Rexburg police, the medical examiner, and the FBI will be released soon. So we can just stop there. That never happens. Like, all of the calls that I would get, they would never like tell me something and then be like, in the next few days or weeks, oh, we'll make an official announcement, but we just wanted to let you know. Like, the family members always find out right before like a press conference or a press release is published. It's like within minutes. We ask that you respect our family's privacy while we grieve. We have only just been told the loss of our loved ones and need time to process. We are not granting interviews at this time and hope you all understand that this is the worst news we will ever get in our lives and want to be left alone for the time being. Thank you. So at this time, I was furious because I knew, like, it was one thing when they said that they had heard that JJ had been confirmed dead, because when I would get calls, like, they never gave me updates about JJ, because I was Tylee's aunt. They would give me updates about Tylee. So I didn't get updates about JJ or Tammy, only Tylee. And I'm sure the Woodcocks got updates about JJ, but not Tylee and Tammy. So I would have had no visibility into if the Woodcocks were informed that JJ was dead. But when this announcement went out, then I was like, well, now I know they're lying, because I absolutely would have gotten a call. Like, no family member should find out from the media, oh, by the way, breaking news, your niece was confirmed dead. It's not even because like it would come as a surprise. I fully anticipated hearing that these were Tylee's remains. And I thought that the kids were buried on Chad's property when he submitted a request for a trailer to be installed on his property. I was just like, oh my gosh, like, the kids were on his property. Like, is he really that much of a dumbass? But so I felt hopeful that at some point we would find out that the kids' remains were indeed on his property, and that they weren't just going to be like, in Yellowstone, which is what I figured. He had hundreds of square miles of of land to choose from, and he chose his own property. But I was furious because, like, one, this is not the way to find out. But then also then there was like this whole narrative about how I wouldn't have been informed because I wasn't like law enforcement didn't consider me a quote unquote real family member. This was all done behind like sock puppets and stuff. And then there was an additional narrative that I actually leaked the news that JJ had been confirmed dead, and all these like sock puppets, like, they took it like to Justin's page and were like, yeah, she's probably in trouble with Kay. And there was all like so many references to me being in trouble with Kay for leaking the news that JJ was confirmed dead, that Carl, one of the admins for TCU, actually went on Justin's page and said Annie wasn't the one who gave me the news. It was a member of the Vallow family. But it just didn't matter. Like, they took screenshots of my reply, and you obviously, like, if you had a modicum of intelligence, you would be able to discern this was a reply to an announcement. I wasn't making an announcement. I said like, RIP and things like that. But and express condolences to Kay. But it got so bad that eventually I like never post private interactions that I have with people. But when I expressed my condolences privately, she didn't actually reply. She just sent like a Facebook thumbs up. So finally I was like, well, she's not speaking up and saying that I didn't do this horrific thing. So I published it like in this private Facebook group, just saying, like, obviously, if I would have announced that JJ was dead, one, I wouldn't be kicking up so much dust trying to tell people like the kids have not been confirmed dead. But then also like, hey, she wasn't a wilted flower. Like that was her opportunity to say, why did you release this news? Like this is devastating to us. But anyway, so it was just a really bizarre and cruel situation. But I went on Facebook. Well, first I called one of the victims advocates with the FBI. I was crying, like the tears of fury. I was like, how was this leaked? You know, and she actually told me, and there was nothing to leak. The remains, she didn't say the kids' remains, the remains haven't even been sent to Ada County yet. And it's the medical examiner who will confirm their identities. But anyway, but so, and she said, you know, I recommend you talk to the call an office in Rexburg. I'll just say I called there, and when I called there and spoke to this one person, I won't say who it was, but no, I'll just say it wasn't Rob Wood, just so that no one thinks that Rob did this. This person actually asked me why I leaked the news that JJ was confirmed dead. So I was like, okay, one, I just found out human remains were found on Chad Daybell's property. Why are we talking about drama in a Facebook group? But also, there wasn't like an inquiry like, hey, you know what? I know that this is a really difficult time for you, but maybe I shouldn't even ask this, but did you actually release the news that JJ was confirmed dead? To which I would have said, absolutely not. You know, like, would I be so angry that this announcement was made that both of the kids were confirmed dead if I was the one who leaked the news? But so my point being, like, this thing that you just think like, okay, this is just bottom feeders behaving badly behind sock puppet accounts because there's no accountability, because you can do whatever you want behind a sock puppet account, actually affected my relationship with this local agency in Rexburg. And because we're no longer going to be working with the FBI, we were now going to be working with these local agencies. But anyway, so I wrote this post just letting people know the kids have not been confirmed deceased. I'll just read it. I'm going to make a public statement here to quell the rumors that are circulating that my niece Tylee Ryan's remains have been identified. I followed up with both the FBI and the prosecutor's office in the past 30 minutes. They both reported that neither of the kids has been positively identified. If and when they are, and I believe they will be in time, they will notify JJ's family of JJ's confirmation and Tylee's family of hers. I know emotions are running high and the rush to an announcement is tempting, but cooler heads must prevail. This is not a shot across the bow. It's an appeal for a ceasefire. It's not fair to keep coming across, quote, breaking headlines and statements that cannot be confirmed by any official channel that is handling notifications of family members. If you come across any, please do me a favor and don't send them to me. I have enough on my plate right now. I'll make a statement when I receive a notification one way or another. Thank you. The remains were actually confirmed another 3 days later. And in this announcement, like, you know, Rexburg police actually say, you know, we can now, those remains have now officially been identified as those of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. And I received the call minutes before this press release went out. That's how it happens. Okay, also, Kate claimed the kids were buried in Idaho. So this was, again, I forgot to put the date. It was December 2020. It was an Elle article. And the article said at the bottom, like, it was written in the first person. So it was written as though like the reporter just did an interview with Kay. and published it as like her words, because it wasn't like your typical article where it's like, Woodcock confirmed, blah, 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 or, things like that. It was just all written as if Kay was speaking it. And at the bottom of the article, it just said it was lightly edited for, I think, clarity or something. It wasn't even clarity. I forgot what it said. Excuse me. But in the original post, there was a line, and it said, "Everyone." This was Kay talking. "Everyone talks about closure. I think closure is relative to the person experiencing trauma or grief," and that I very much agree with. I actually do not believe in closure. "After giving JJ and Tylee a proper burial in Idaho, I stopped having nightmares. But there's still so much to do when it comes to getting justice." So it was just one more thing. I think this was December 2020. Like, she was promoting her documentary. Like, this was right before the documentary came out. And I reached out to the author at Elle and told her this wasn't true. Like, Tylee and JJ hadn't been given any burial. Like, their remains were still being held as evidence. And she never replied. And days went by, and there was no update. And then eventually it was just quietly updated. And there was no like correction published or anything. This line here about, "After giving JJ and Tylee a proper burial in Idaho, I stopped having nightmares." It was changed to, "After their bodies were discovered, I stopped having nightmares." And I was like, that's really weird, because I started having nightmares after their bodies were discovered. And it was more just, that was kind of on me looking at all of those graphic images. But anyway, I linked to a screenshot of the original article and then the revised article that is still out there. Also, I talked about this in another live. Kay and Larry, throughout the entire case, had claimed that they were married. They consistently referred to each other as their husband or their wife. And then on March 31st, you can see the date down here. Excuse me. Jim Archibald and John Thomas, who obviously were Lori's attorneys, published this filing alleging that Kay and Larry were actually divorced. And there were rumors circulating about that in the Facebook groups, really almost from the beginning of the case. So I had wondered about that, but it had never been confirmed. And then here, like, this was a Friday, and the trial was starting that Monday. And the point that he was making is, one, legally, Kay was JJ's aunt because her brother adopted him, and Larry wasn't related to JJ at all because they were divorced. So there was, a lot of hullabaloo about that. And I know one reporter had said, oh, they had divorced years ago, but they had divorced and remarried years ago, so no story here. And I did wonder, like, did this reporter actually confirm that, or is it just this, like this kind of knee-jerk reaction? We must protect them. But I actually found out quite a bit later, like maybe months later. It was actually a family member sent me this copy of their marriage certificate, where we found out that they were actually married March 31st at 4:38 p.m. So this filing was published. There was already another filing that, or a ruling that Judge Boyce had made, because he was like, hey, listen, no one has submitted a list of the victims. So we need to tackle this issue because victims, as legally defined in Idaho and other states have very similar victim definitions, have certain rights. And if they're going to take advantage of those rights, we need to know who's going to be a victim. So that was the day before, I believe. And then Jim Archibald filed this saying, hey, they're as defined by Idaho, they're not considered victims because aunts and uncles aren't considered victims, and neither are grandparents. So obviously, anyone who's impacted by a crime is a victim. This is specifically in reference to, like, in a homicide case, like family members are, like immediate family are considered victim. And in Idaho, grandparents aren't considered immediate family members. So they're going back and forth about, is Kay JJ's aunt or grandmother? But it was a moot point because then Judge Boyce actually shared these cases. And of course, I went down the rabbit hole of looking up those cases, and none of them included grandparents as family members. But anyway, so they got married quite literally in the 11th hour leading up to the trial. But as it turned out, like, they were divorced the entire time JJ was alive. So I'm not making a moral judgment or about, like, should they have remarried or, but from a legal standpoint, the law just doesn't recognize, like, special arrangements, so I completely respect that to JJ and to Larry and Kay, they were his grandparents. But when it comes to the law, that's something that it needed to be disclosed, because by law, Larry, even as as pivotal of a role as he played in JJ's life, he just wasn't entitled to victims' benefits. But the bigger thing was, like, why say for these 3.5 years that you were married when you weren't? And Louisiana doesn't recognize common law marriage, so whatever arrangement they had, that's fine. It's more just the lack of disclosure. I think this is the final point. Kay was pretty, I don't know that cagey is the best word, but about life insurance details. So it wasn't something that was like an overt, like, lie or misstatement. But there was this impression of, like, she really had no idea why Lori was being retaliatory toward her. So this was an interview that she had done right after, within a week of the case going public. This was with Gray Hughes.
I emailed, text, voicemail, any other way you could communicate with someone. We did it daily, 4 times a week, 5 times a week, 7 times a week sometimes, and just kept on and on and on. Not one response from her, not one. Wow. She's being vindictive, or I don't know, maybe she's mad at me because I'm Charles's sister. I don't know, but it's like he's a pawn, and she was using him as that to hurt us. I don't know why. I can't say why.
So in this case, like, she kind of catches herself, like, she says she was being vindictive, but then that kind of begs an explanation. Why would Lori be vindictive? And then she follows it up with, like, she doesn't say she was being vindictive because Charles signed over $1 million life insurance policy to me. It was like, and then she, does some backpedaling and is like, I don't know, maybe she was mad because I'm Charles' sister and stuff. But then
I emailed, text.
hate this. But then in the press conference, someone asked about the life insurance policy, and she actually says, like, I'm not going to talk about that.
Hey, do you know if your brother had a life insurance policy?
We're not gonna comment on that.
Okay.
So in the true crime community, and she certainly had every right to say that. In fact, I even considered like not including this point because it wasn't like particularly germane, but she certainly had a right to withhold that information. But at least for people who are true crime enthusiasts, that triggers what do they call it? The Streisand effect, I think it is like where it's like your attempt to avoid talking about something actually like causes a floodlight to be, like shown on that issue. So I just know like within like the Facebook groups I was in, people were like, whoa, what's that about? What's the deal with the life insurance? Like, and then it later came out that she was the sole beneficiary. So anyway, okay, I think, yeah, that's it. If you want to dig through the presentation, you can go to bit.ly/AMH for a murderous heart -K. All right, it is late. I will do a little bit of Q&A just because, it's a pretty heavy topic. And like I said before, this is probably going to be like my last big live. I always feel torn because I love the community so much. It's the only thing I'll miss. And I will still jump on here, like if there's any new announcement, and there always seems to be some big new announcement, or anything from Chad's trial, provided he goes to trial, then I'll jump on and, maybe cover those issues. I don't know. But for the most part, I feel like, okay, this was the last thing to check off. And I just really need to get back to talking about data. But anyway, so I will give some time for Q&A. As always, if you have a question, it does help to put like question in all caps just to make it stand out. I do go back through and read the chat, and do very, very much appreciate not just kind words, but also sometimes people will throw out questions or remind me of some detail, and I'll be like, oh, that's right, I forgot about that. And also just some of the things that people ask about, I'm like, oh, that's a good point. I didn't connect those two things. And anyway, so I do go back and read it, especially I try to do it as soon as possible because these videos are sometimes shut down. I forgot to record this. So I'm off of Facebook, so I couldn't publish it to A Murderous Heart because I couldn't find anywhere where I could make someone else an admin for when I was deactivated. And I'm so mad at myself. I even had Alexa remind me to create a screen recording. So hopefully this video doesn't disappear. I'm sure there will be lots of reports. But anyway, that said, but just if you have a question, put question in all caps. It just helps it stand out. What isn't helpful is to put the whole question in all caps, just because it's a little harder to read, but not a big deal either way. Okay. Hey, Jules. So Jules asked, why do you think the media isn't covering the inconsistencies? I think for a couple reasons. One, you have to dig really deep into the details to even find these inconsistencies. I wouldn't have been able to find these inconsistencies without the dashboard. So if you contributed to the dashboard, my many thanks, because I wouldn't have been able to do any of this without that. But also, that I think there are a couple other factors. One, media is driven by ad spend, and so if it gets too controversial, I don't know, that could impact their bottom line. But then also, the Woodcocks have been the main ones who have been doing interviews, and so most of us other family members have just been like, peace out, this is too intense, like you might, and also you might do an interview that lasts hours, and like you might get a minute to 2 minutes of quotes that could actually be used to support a point that you don't believe in. Like that's what happened to me with the Netflix documentary. And the whole purpose for them reaching out to me was to give me an opportunity to share the other side about Colby's allegations. And they took a quote that I made about Joe and used it to support Colby's allegations. So I think most of us have just been like, and this is a fool's errand, just constantly making ourselves available for the media. So if they alienate Kay and Larry, there's a good chance they're not going to have anyone to interview who they can really rely on. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is kind of an unusual case. I was very angry at the media with moving forward with the claim about the kids being confirmed dead, because like as I said in my Facebook post, like, call the FBI, call the prosecutor's office. Clearly that's not something I would have said if I didn't feel confident that the FBI and the prosecutor's office would say, yeah, no, the kids have not been confirmed. Excuse me. And to my knowledge, I think only one media outlet that I was aware of actually published a correction, because I was reaching out to all the reporters I knew, and when they replied, or when they reached out to me, so either way, letting them know this is absolutely not true. The kids' remains have not been confirmed, and only one that I know of actually published a correction. So that one I was really angry about, just because like there are ethics that guide journalism, and there's like a list of responsibilities for reporters, and at the top of that list is confirm claims. So all right. Okay, T.S. Jackson asked if I'm going to Chad's trial. No, I'm not. I really need to move on. I'll follow it as closely as I can. I have requested to be Tylee's legal representative. I'm getting bounced around between offices, so someone needs to make a decision on that. But if I am made her legal representative, I'll fly out to make a statement. But I mean, I'll basically touch down, make the statement, and leave. Oh, Anna. Hey, Anna. Do you think Kay knew anything about what Lori potentially did to Joe? Thank you. She said thank you for tonight. Yes, I do. There was one time Kay and I spoke. They were in New York City interviewing, and they had reached out to me um, to ask. Sorry, one of my mods reached out to me. I just wanted to make sure we were okay with sound. So she had reached out to me to ask if we could get together. I was sick. I had bronchitis, so I couldn't get together, but we talked on the phone. Me with my really raspy voice at that time. And when we started talking, she had said, Annie, I know they killed your brother. And then she repeated herself, I know they killed my brother. So I'm not adding undue emphasis. Like, this is kind of how she talks. You know, she's pretty emphatic. So I didn't know at the time, like, is this hyperbole or does like she know? No. But she immediately followed it up with, but I can't talk about that right now. I need to find my baby. So, and I am a bit of a literalist, not a bit. I am like so left brain. My right brain is probably like atrophied. My only creativity really comes out occasionally with home decor and with data. Aside from that, I am hopelessly left brain. So, at the time, I was like, oh, I was a little offended just because I was like, wait, you taking another few minutes to explain what you meant in this bombshell you just dropped on me will not delay JJ being found. You know, like I just felt, and I understand probably what she was saying is I can't really think about that. I'm so emotionally tied into what's happening with JJ. But, you know, at the time I thought, well, I leaned more toward thinking it was hyperbolic. Like she was just saying, you know, it's like a statement of the obvious. Joe was probably her first victim. But as some of these details started coming out, and especially after I made the connection that in 2007, that spur of the moment vacation they invited me on, you know, to join them in with my kids in Florida, was the week before Joe was assaulted, and the whole plan to, you know, tase him, put him in the trunk, take him out to the desert, shoot him, and bury him. You know, I do think that they were all in on that. I think they all knew. And I think that that was part of the reason that Charles probably agreed to this all expense paid vacation that had to be very expensive because they didn't just pay for my family. It was also Adam and Nicole and Zach, their son. And Kay was there, and she had another grandchild and stuff. So they only joined us on one event, and I didn't even remember meeting Kay. I discovered that when I was going through my pictures. But after I made that connection, because I was digitizing my photo albums and saw a timestamp on one of the pictures, and I was like, oh my gosh, this was right before Joe was attacked. And I never knew about that because Joe and I were estranged. After that, I really started to question how much all of these family members knew. And also, you know, I don't want to be unfair to Charles, but again, you know, part of my genetic makeup is I'm not particularly sentimental. So I do just like look at these facts and these details, and there was a reason Charles was hitting the panic button so soon. You know, I do suspect that he knew what Lori was capable of because of what happened to Joe. And anyway, I suspect that it happened while Charles was in Louisiana for his mom's funeral. We don't know, but we do know that Lori has absolutely zero filter. So I suspect that entire family knows what happened to Joe, but I don't think it's just the Cox family. I suspect Kay, when she said, I know they killed your brother, I strongly suspect she actually knows. That may be unfair. It's just my opinion. And it was notable that, like when they announced, I think it was when they upped the charges and announced that this was a death penalty case. That's when Kay published that kind of victory lap post about, it was because of my quick action and we took them down and all that stuff. She was very self-congratulatory at that point. But then when they announced that the charges in Charles' death, it was like radio silence on her front. And to my knowledge, she never posted publicly and said like, finally, like I was just thinking like, oh my gosh, if they announced that they were investigating Joe's death or that they were bringing charges against her, I'd reactivate my Facebook. I would be like so celebratory because I've been fighting for this so much. And so here she had been so celebratory about this one thing. But then when they announced the charges, against Lori for Charles' murder, it was radio silence. And then she either took down what I call the victory lap post or set it to friends only. We're not friends on Facebook. So I just thought that was kind of curious. But so I do wonder if some of these family members are really stressed about like, oh my gosh, like what is going to come out in this trial? And even more so, what is going to come out in these FOIA docs? Because I am quite sure I will come out of retirement when FOIA docs start being released. Someone asked, what about denying Tammy's aunt from giving a victim impact statement when most of her family was no longer living? Going against victims' rights is always unethical. Rexburg police had members of AVAL. I don't know what members of AVAL have to do with this. Oh, I think you're trying to say there were AVAL members in Rexburg police. I don't believe those conspiracy theories. But it wasn't the thing with I don't want to spend too much time on this. The thing with, and again, this might be a function of my left brain. Like when I read that aunts and uncles aren't considered victims according to Idaho law, I know some family members, made statements that they were devastated by this, that, they are victims. It's not a statement of, were you victimized by these crimes? It is a legal, like almost like assignment. They have to draw the line somewhere and they have to protect the rights of the defendant. And I know that might sound unusual that I'm advocating for the defendant's rights, but ultimately, Judge Boyce protecting the defendant's rights is protecting the families, because when the defendant's rights aren't protected, that then is fodder for the appellate court to say, you know what, this was unfair. The defendant didn't receive a fair trial, or you have to redo the sentencing phase. And I read lots of cases where this happened. A judge allowed someone who didn't meet the legal definition of victim to read a victim impact statement. And then that was grounds for, like in this one trial, they had to redo the entire sentencing phase. And I believe in this one case, I think they had waited 7 years to go to trial. And then because this was a death penalty case, the sentencing part, they had to wait another year, I think, to redo that. And then they had to go through it all over again. And it was weeks, it's not like the sentencing phase for a capital case is going to be like a few hours and you're done. Like, these victims had to make victim impact statements all over again and stuff. So I know that there can be a bit of, in my opinion, groupthink and like, like Judge Boyce, oh, he's probably one of them. He's LDS. He's not even an active member of the LDS religion. He's certainly not AVOW or anything like that. But he has to protect Idaho law. Now, Idaho law needs to get a lot clearer about who's considered a victim, because Judge Boyce had to split hairs and reference, I think it was like 3 or 4 different cases. And I looked up each of the cases and I was just like, this is so weird. Why don't they all have the same definition of a victim? But the thing that they did all have in common was that aunts and uncles and grandparents weren't included. And the whole reason for that is so that a defendant doesn't potentially have a situation where a jury, especially where a jury is making the decision on the sentence, that a jury is swayed by having 3 days of victim impact statements by people who aren't immediate family. So they have to draw the line somewhere. So that just wasn't devastating to me. I personally think that Judge Boyce was very accommodating. He was especially accommodating with Kay and Larry, because Kay's attorney had made the point, I forget his name, they hired an attorney like when it was determined, after Jim Archibald said that they're not even married, she doesn't meet the definition of a victim, et cetera, et cetera. But their attorney, I think his first name was Shannon something. Anyway, had argued that JJ doesn't have any living family members who meet the definition of a victim, and that's why they should let Kay be his legal representative. Well, that wasn't true, because JJ has had 3 surviving brothers, and so he did have family members who are legally considered victims, but Judge Boyce still let Kay be JJ's advocate. And I think because this was so last minute, like they had already started, I think they were already had already started interviewing jury and stuff. But because it was so last minute, I think Judge Boyce then said Summer will also be considered a victim because she is also an aunt. So I think he was just trying to be fair. If I let this one aunt who's a witness be a victim, so I'm saying she can, join the trial before she testifies, I need to proactively allow this other aunt to also join. And I think that's how Summer was determined to be Tylee's legal representative. So anyway, so I just don't feel like that I don't know, victims don't have enough rights, but okay. Let me see. Oh, Amanda Murray asked, Annie, you seem to speak of Charles with respect. Did you like him and see him as a good, intelligent person? Yes, I did. I really liked Charles. I got along well with Charles. He was very kind to me and to my kids. And then when I was out there in 2018, like we talked business and stuff, so and now learning more about Lori's friends, he probably wasn't used to being able to talk business with women. I don't mean to insult her friends. but he was very easy to talk to. I helped him with some like Excel issues on his computer and stuff like that. So so yeah, I did like him. Uh, but at the same time, I read through some of the FOIA docs that were released around Joe and Lori's divorce, and was saddened to read some of those details. I do realize, like, divorces obviously tend to be contentious, and you're not seeing the best cross section of a person. But yeah, so I took issue with the fact that he and Lori just took the insurance money from Joe. I mean, there wasn't a lot. Like, Lori was the beneficiary, the primary beneficiary, and it turned out to be a little more than $60,000. But according to Adam, Tylee only got $2,000 of that. And I do wonder how much that played into the tensions between Tylee and Charles, because then Charles bought this Jeep, and a lot of people have talked about how generous Charles was to get Tylee this Jeep. And he was a very, very generous person. But in this particular case, he also made Tylee pay the car payment, which, according to the one witness, I think it was, I don't know, it's one of the witnesses in Lori's trial, that car payment was over $400 a month, and so it does seem like he and Lori squandered that insurance money, and instead of like using that toward Tylee's college or buying a car with cash that she didn't have to pay back and stuff, so but at the same time, I don't have insight into all of the dynamics. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of questions. I'll scroll back to the end, and if we're good, then we will call it a night. Okay, so Dr. Vonda Kay said the defendant is guilty when victims read their statements, and the guilty should not get to say anything they want, including offensive things in their statements, while victim statements edited. I don't agree. In this particular case, because I have a lot of trust in Judge Boyce, like, I'm not a fangirl. In the beginning, I really missed the original judge, but I feel like he really came into his own very quickly in this case, and now I have a very deep admiration for him. So in this particular case, since a judge was determining her sentence, I wasn't too concerned. Excuse me. I wasn't feeling that great leading up to today, so I'm not surprised my voice has given out. But in a case where you have a jury, when victims are allowed to make really incendiary comments, it does infringe on the defendant's rights to a fair trial. And ultimately, regardless of where people stand in all of that, protecting the defendant's right to a fair trial is the best way to protect the victims, because if it goes to an appellate court and you have to do it all over again because of, like some slip up, and there's always that danger of, that happening, but obviously judges want to minimize that risk. It's not worth it. Like, no one's going to be like, yeah, but he was such a tough guy when he said, like, you'll sit there and you'll listen to whatever they say to you. So there are parameters that they're just baked into victim impact statements, and victims aren't allowed to defy those. Not defy, that's too strong of a word. There are just certain things they're not supposed to say. And I think I can, yeah, I'm sure I can share this. But when I wrote a victim impact statement, just in the chance that I would be able to read one, Rob Wood had said, like, I can't tell you what you can say or can't say, but I can say that some you may want to avoid some of these things that could cause objections. I think, but he said something like that. But the things that he said, I was like, yeah, that's not an issue for me. Like, I'm so careful with stuff like that, I'm that's just not my gravitational pull to make particularly incendiary statements. But, I did read cases where victims said, some pretty cruel things to the defendants. And, you also have to understand that there are times where defendants are wrongly convicted, So if you're wrongly convicted and then also, your rights are violated in the victim impact statements, that's just kind of a double whammy. So just my opinion. Oh, Idaho Mom report said, and Tylee made those payments faithfully every month. I don't know why that got me. But one of the detectives actually made the point that when he was going through Tylee's financial records, he noted how responsible she was, that like her account had never gone into the negative and stuff. But it was just sweet. Okay, I'll take one more question if I find one, and then I will call it a night. I just like hanging out with you guys. I'm just scrolling to find questions. Okay, I don't, let's see. Yeah. Thanks, Aunt Clara. She said, by the way, your hair is so cute. The funny thing is, not that this has anything to do with anything, my ongoing hair saga, but I'm so anxious for my bangs to grow out. I might keep it short because it's fun, but man, like my bangs, they'll grow out and then they start breaking. And anyway, so I am really, anytime I get a haircut and they're like, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to cut your bangs, I'm like, no, because I have such a 5 head. But anyway, but thank you. Yeah, I do like the style. I will just like it more. And I've had this style before, just not with short bangs. Okay. Oh wait, there are 2 more questions, so I'll take those and then we'll bounce. Concerning the disappearance of the videos after Charles' murder, Lori and Colby cleaned out his home. Possibly that was when the dance videos and text was erased. possibly some of them, excuse me, but Kay would have still had access to all of his emails, and we know that these videos were sent via email. So, and I think like there are actually details in the FOIA docs about what Lori searched when she got access to his iMac, and she wasn't unless those details weren't exhausted. But it didn't say like some of the things she searched for. She was searching for very specific things, and they were mostly financial. So, you know, because she was just looking to, it was a land grab for money. So there weren't any details about like her searching for videos, and I don't think she even knew just how much Charles had. Someone said, have you ever tried actually talking person to person with Kay? I'm assuming this was before I talked about us talking. Oh, Audrey Roger asked, I've always been curious about what happened to Charles' business and whether Lori got any of his assets. Do you know anything about that? So I did hear from a confidential source, and I was able to verify this source, not the statements they made, but that the source was a valid friend of Charles. And this person said that the business never recouped the money that Lori stole, and so I think when she took, you know, like wiped out the business account, I think after that the only thing she still had access to was one credit card, and we know that because Charles in at least one text message, no, a couple of different text messages, yeah, he was referencing things that he saw on the credit card and said, please and don't make these purchases without, you know, talking about it. And he also noticed that she had sent Colby money, and Charles said, just so you know, that comes out of your monthly allotment. So, you know, if you want to give money to Colby or Tylee, it just comes out of, like, he was giving her a monthly allotment in exchange for her caring for JJ. So I kind of doubt it, but I think that's why it was so important to her and to Colby to get to the house and go through Charles' stuff while Cheryl, Cole, and Zach were in Arizona. And I think that's also why Colby noted in his interview that they worked through the night. So they arrived one day, I think they arrived on the 13th and worked through the night and left on the 14th, or it was like the 14th and 15th, something like that. So yeah, so I think whatever she got from there was probably the last of what she got from Charles' estate. Yeah, I think so. Sunny asked, do you feel Kay was suspicious of Tylee mostly, or is more off with their behavior? I'm not really sure how to interpret that. Like, I think she was angry that clearly Tylee lied. At that point, she didn't know any of the details. So she didn't know exactly when, well, you know, when she first reacted. all Detective Moffat had said was that there were 3 eyewitnesses, and Tylee was one of them. I think she rightly assumed that Tylee was an eyewitness who supported her mom. And I really try to put myself in other people's shoes as much as possible. I'm sure I would have also been angry. I know when I saw the body cam footage from the day Charles was shot, I was angry at Tylee. Like, we still knew so little about the case at that point, and like I didn't obviously know any of the like the real dangers that she was in. But when I saw just how unconcerned she and Lori were, with like Charles was still in the house on the floor, and I was angry. I took a couple days where I just, whoops, excuse me. And also, I was in an environment where you're in these Facebook groups, and now I look back, at that time I didn't really understand sock puppets and what they actually did, and that these weren't like, I remember like so many people commenting that Tylee was being groomed by Lori, and I was like, this is such an unusual term to use. It's not like I was unfamiliar with it, but it just seems so weird that so many people were saying Tylee was being groomed. I was like, is this an LDS thing? Like, who uses this term in this way, and why so many people? Now I look back on that and I'm like, yeah, that wasn't so many people. That was probably 1 or 2 people who had an axe to grind with Tylee and were just logging, into all these different accounts saying the same thing. But because they weren't particularly clever about it, it became apparent pretty fast that this was like 1 person or 2 people. This was a small number of people using a lot of accounts. But so I had to get away from the Facebook groups because there was already just so much animosity toward Tylee, and I knew I was also being impacted by that. But having said that, I was angry. It took a couple days to really kind of work through those feelings and talk myself off the ledge and put myself in Tylee's shoes. And at that point, we knew so little about the case. Like, now we have so many details, and and I've gone through all these FOIA docs and stuff. But at the time, we just didn't know just how much. Like, we didn't know at that point. Like, for me, everything changed when I found out about the dark rating. But anyway, so that saying, like, I can understand Kay feeling angry. Like, oh no, she certainly probably supported her mother, and that was confirmed. But yeah, but I just think that there was a lack of compassion. Like, I mean, she herself was saying, if you crack her, I'm pleading with you to crack her, but I'm also acknowledging that if you do, her life will be unbearable. But I think you can overcome that, and so I think, just even her acknowledgement, like, I am asking you to do something that I recognize will make this young girl's life unbearable, not even just with Lori, with even the rest of the family. And at this point, Charles and Lori had been married for however many years, 12 or something like that. So certainly Kay would have been privy to just how much of a like Mormon mafia type family this was. But when you put it against the backdrop of all this time, she knew that Tylee had been rated a dangerously dark spirit. There's no explanation in my mind. And I really try to be fair. I hedge. Like, just try. No, that's where I draw the line. There is no explanation you can give me that justifies actively like showing that callous of a disregard. So that's my opinion. I'll take it to the grave, I'm quite sure. Okay. All right. This will be my last question. How do you feel about the possibility that the Woodcocks and Cox families all knew about Joe's death and Charles in particular? Oh, actually, I covered this, but yeah, I think they all know. I've said that in other lives. I appreciate that there are family members who are now kind of making a hat tip toward, I think Annie might be on to something, and I do truly appreciate those gestures. But I actually believe that I just don't believe that they're like, I don't know, maybe. I think they actually know, because like I've said so many times, this is an incredibly gossipy family. And even if you're not in a gossipy family, I mean, this is a lot. This is really big family drama. And Colby, Kelsey, and Zach Cox were all living with Lori and Charles at the time that Joe was found dead. And Lori bounced over to Hawaii after he was found dead, which is like a strong Cox family tradition. And even when I was there, Lori was so emboldened to say things like, the world is a better place without Joe Ryan in it. Like, it completely, like, just didn't care. I'm going to make this absolutely horrific statement to this man's sister. Like, I'm so emboldened in my perspective. And so to me, like, I'm always thinking in terms of like trying to find like almost like a profile, although I have no credentials to do any kind of profiling, but just like common sense. Like, okay, so this person does this, they've said this, they've done this, they're not very logical, they're really more driven by emotion. So yeah, almost like I picture it almost like a graph. Like, oh, does this behavior like line up with the other behaviors I've seen? And the behavior that Lori displayed, especially given the fact that 6 months later, 6 months after Joe was found dead, she meets this new group. I mean, so this is her first impression. She's invited by Melanie Gibb to speak to this group. She had only met Melanie, so she hadn't met Zulema or Thor or any of these other people who were kind of at this little home group meeting. And she shared some batshit crazy details about, her ex-husband, and going to the bishop and basically saying, unless you give me a temple recommend, like, I'm going to murder my ex-husband, and all of this stuff. So to me, I'm like, whoa, that is so extreme. This is a person who has very little impulse control. Like, she's not the kind of serial killer who, like BTK or something, where no one will know about it because he is just keeping all these details to himself. I mean, she has very little impulse control and really seems to get like these dopamine hits out of talking about things she's gotten away with. So she's talking about Joe and like wanting to murder him, doesn't even mention, but he didn't have to because he had a heart attack and God took care of it and stuff. She's just talking about wanting to murder him. So to me, all of these indicators are indicative of someone who wants to talk. She wants to talk about what she got away with. She wants to hide in plain sight. We've seen evidence of that even in other behaviors, like with the kids and stuff, and like the malachite rings and things like that. So, this is just someone who I think would have been very talkative. And another thing, and this might be kind of esoteric to pull in this little detail, but I thought it was curious that when Melanie Pulowski, then Boudreaux, was being interviewed after Brandon, her estranged husband, was shot at, she said that is something to the effect of she didn't talk to anyone, that the only two people she still talked to, now keep in mind, this was within hours of her husband being shot at. The only two people she talked to were her Aunt Lori and her grandma Janice. And I thought that was really interesting because here you have a person who, I mean, and this whole family is pretty sketch, like some of these details that they share, they're so bizarre. Like, Summer invites Adam and Zach Cox over and they're playing cards, and it's almost like this catch me if you can type situation. Like, she's being cagey toward him, he's being cagey toward her, but they're playing cards, and anyway, so there are lots of like really weird details. But even though this family, with all their sketch behaviors, with Summer like texting Alex the day Charles was shot anything yet, as if like she's anticipating some news, and according to Lori, the whole family was over at her house on the 9th. So the evening of the 9th, she even said, with all their kids, and that's why she didn't want Melanie Gibb to come in. She came anyway. But so they're all like, it's like just sharks circling this, potential victim. At least that's the impression that these details give. But even with this family being so sketch and like sticking together, here you have Melanie on October 3rd saying, yeah, there are only two people I really talk to, and that's Lori and Janice. And it's the Janice detail. And that I think is interesting because to me, and again, all the caveats apply about trying to be fair and stuff like that. Here you have the matriarch of the family who's like, who could be like, okay, we've already had one ex-husband and one estranged husband die. And now it's October 2nd. I haven't heard from my grandkids in however many months, and didn't hear from my granddaughter, couldn't get a hold of her for her 17th birthday. Supposedly she's starting college. I haven't heard, I haven't talked to her about that. Like pretty big milestones. And I think like for the rest of the family, they're like, another shooting, that's it, we're out. Like, we don't want anything to do with this. But then there's Janice who's like, no, I'll talk to you, So anyway, so I don't know, but to me, it just seems, I don't know, just sketch. It is like even the rest of the sketch family is like, okay, this one is too far. And she's like, oh, at least I can still talk to my Aunt Lori and to my grandma Janice. So, yeah. So, yeah, I think they all know. And even when people are like, I think that this Cox family member is better than these Cox family members, that's all true, and that's all well and good. And I'm pulling for, especially for the younger generation, to be able to like make new, better lives for themselves and really break away from this, just these family dynamics. But it will always be a sticking point for me, that it's like, how do you go to your graves knowing what you know, and not, even just like sharing anonymously or something, doing something to help the person get justice. So probably unrealistic for me to even think about, but yeah. Anyway, okay. On that note, thank you for those who stuck around. I can't believe how many people are still here. That's not a flex. That's just wow, it's late. But anyway, so like I said, I will still be around if you have comments or questions. I do monitor those. I am grateful so much for my mods for running interference and dealing with the trolls and stuff like that. But like the sincere questions, I do like to circle back to those and try to answer at least as many as I can. But so I will still be around somewhat. It will just be most likely pretty diminished for quite some time. So thank you for hanging in here, and have a wonderful weekend. Good night.